This is Shuttle Control. Challenger has been acquired by the Merritt Island Tracking Station. We'll stand by. A handover is taking place in the Mission Control Center. Flight Director Gary Cohen relieving Flight Director Randy Stone.
Challenger, Houston, ASCENT entry team with you this morning for 11 minutes over the States, and we've got the pad for you.
Okay. Good morning, Brian. How are you?
Just great, sir. How about you?
Well, fine, except the world's oldest space team did not need, about at time 47, at 2047, we're greeted by a friendly DPDT. By the time I got topside, I glanced at the meter. It was reading about minus .03. I called up Spec 66, and by the time it came up, everything was normal. And I looked back at the meter, it was reading 0 again. And that's about all the insight I can give you. Except at the time, the WCS was in use, which I know shouldn't have any bearing, but we're kind of groping. And I was ready to copy the pad.
Roger that. We copy all, and we're looking at data here. Meanwhile, I'll read the pad to you, page 1015 when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Target data, interconnect none, minus X burn. RCS select, TV roll 180, weight 201040, TIG 1/21:15:.
Hold on a minute, Brian, will you please? We had a noise that was making it difficult to copy, which was on UHF. But when I made that last call to you, it went away. So go ahead, continue with the pad.
Roger, I'll start with TIG 1/21:15:00. Peg 7 targets, -1.0. All balls, all balls. Burn data, 331.7, 107.0, 1.2. Delta V total, 1.0, 00:03. Vigo X, -0.905. All balls, +0.30. Targets 153 +151. Post burn attitude NA. Read back.
Roger, the first one I missed was what kind of burn is this, a plus X?
That's a negative, it's a minus X.
Minus X. Okay, then RCS select, 180-201-040. 1 day, 21, 15, 00.0. 1.0, all balls, 331.7, 107.0, 1.2. 1.0, 00:03, 0.905, that's minus 0.905. All balls plus 0.33, 153, 151, and the rest is NA.
Roger, I have two corrections, Bo. Item 19, Delta VX is a -1.0.
Sure.
And on the Vigo Z is plus 0.30. Over.
Roger, 19 is minus 1.0, and Vigo Z is plus 0.30.
That's a good readback. And Challenger, Houston, Bo, we didn't get any UHF downlink when you were talking there. Can you verify your comm panel and TR UHF?
Yeah, this is CDR. He was that noise came back again, Brian, so I reached over and turned his off while he was copying so he could copy it.
Roger, understand.
This is Shuttle Control. Capcoms on this shift are Roy Bridges and Brian O'Connor. O'Connor has been communicating with the crew during this pass.
Houston, we're going to have to use a normal jet to get to the attitude in time.
Roger, understand. Challenger, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, we see an attitude other than what we read you on the pad here that you're maneuvering to.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Okay, I know I loaded it in. Maybe the only thing I just forgot to execute it. But I didn't see it sitting on the scratch pad line.
Roger, and we see the right attitude in there now and see you maneuvering towards it. And if you get the attitude a little bit late, that's not going to hurt anything. You can delay the TIG a little bit.
Oh, we'll get it off on time.
Roger. Challenger, Houston, 20 seconds to LOS. Your configuration looks good to us, and have a good burn. We'll see you at Dakar in about 5 minutes.
Okay, we're still getting that noise on UHF, apparently when you transmit, Brian.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Control. Bermuda has loss of signal. Challenger is maneuvering to the attitude for the third rendezvous phasing maneuver. The third maneuver in this Phantom Rendezvous series that's being conducted over a several-day period. The ignition time for this burn, 1 day, 21 hours, 15 minutes. About 2 minutes from this time. It'll be a retrograde RCS burn, a delta V of 1 foot per second, a burn time of 3 seconds. The resultant orbit's expected to be 153 by 151. It will not perturb the orbit much from the current number. Dakar is the next station in 2.5 minutes. At 1 day, 21 hours, 13 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 21 hours, 15 minutes. Challenger about 20 seconds away from acquisition through Dakar.
Challenger, Houston, with you at Dakar for 7 minutes.
Roger, stand by, Brian. And the residuals were minus .12, minus .01, and plus .13.
Roger, copy.
Okay, Houston, we're working a problem right now. For information, on the water supply system in the cabin, we have already hooked up the water hose that was stowed in the window shade holder, and have been using that for utility purposes. And now Don and Story just discovered a few minutes ago, we're not getting water out of the dispenser anymore, but we are getting it out of that hose. So maybe a plug needle, and we'll go ahead and change out the needle and see if that helps at any. We'll keep you posted.
Roger, copy.
And verify you want us to go back to ZLV now, Brian?
Stand by for attitude information. We're talking about whether or not to send you to IMU Align now or ZLV.
Okay, we'll just sit here and drift.
And Challenger, Houston, recommend you go ahead and go to the IMU Align attitude as per the cap, page 439.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you.
Challenger, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, we're still trying to put together this N2 message that we got earlier over Yarragadee. Could you tell us what it was that stopped the N2 flow out of the WCS?
Yes, sir. When I moved cabin 14.7, cabin reg Bravo to off.
Roger, copy.
Story was trying to brush his hair, and that stuff coming out of that panel kept blowing the brush right out of his hand.
Roger, I guess that didn't make much difference, though, did it?
Well, he looked wild and woolly.
And Challenger, Houston, PJ, we've been looking at this UHF noise problem, and how's it been sounding on this pass?
It's been good on this pass, Brian. I'd forgotten about it till you just asked about it.
Roger.
And just for information back on that nitrogen flow thing, it appeared to be a demand by the regulator that it sounded, I'd never been around that panel when the regulators are flowing max, but it sure sounded like it was to me, and it was really making a very loud noise, and was flowing through the regs, and when I turned the reg off, as I say, then the flow stopped. And we'd had 2 master alarms before then, with no indication that I could see on the flow meter up on the panel on the N2 flow. So I don't know when it started or what happened.
Roger, copy. Challenger, Houston, if you get a jet alarm, L2D fuel, no action required, and we're going LOS. We'll see you at IOS at 2135.
Okay. What's wrong with the jet? Any quick words?
Roger, we see a slight temperature decrease on it.
Okay.
We're looking at it. It might be a small leak.
This is Shuttle Control. Dakar has loss of signal. Indian Ocean Station is next in about 10.5 minutes. Continuing to troubleshoot the unexpected brief surges of oxygen and nitrogen into the cabin. Trying to pinpoint what's causing that. And just at LOS, the crew was advised that there may be a small leak in one of the RCS jets, the L2D jet. Seeing a slight decrease in temperature, which could trigger a master alarm aboard Challenger. They were advised to ignore the alarm. That jet will automatically deselect itself if that is the case. At 1 day, 21 hours, 25 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Houston, contact Sunnyvale, contact area ground 2. Any contact Sunnyvale, contact UHF.
This is Houston,
Contact, I read you.
Roger, Indy, you're loud and clear. Houston, contact Sunnyvale, contact. You have Indy configured area ground 2.
Roger, thank you.
This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 21 hours, 35 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition through the Indian Ocean Station.
Challenger, Houston with you at IOS for 8 minutes. We have no UHF this pass.
Roger, we can on clear. Houston, we got our waters working again. It was stopped up needle we replaced it.
Roger, very
So we're
good.
going to save the old... Houston, we're going to save the old deal for somebody to look at. We will wrap it up in some kind of paper and tag it and put it in a return to Houston bag.
Roger that, and we got our UHF back.
Okay.
Challenger, Houston, we see that we've got a fail on L2D for a very small leak. We're going to continue looking at that. No action required.
Okay, it failed just after we went over the hill and you had mentioned it.
And Challenger, Houston, say again your last, please.
Brian, you had said that we might get a failure on that, a leak on it, and we did just as we went over the hill from your last pass.
Roger. And Challenger Houston, if it's convenient for you, you can go ahead and align platforms. We see the torquing angles.
Those weren't stars that went after. Those were stars that we just got, I guess, in maneuvers. Are they satisfactory?
That's affirmed. They're satisfactory.
I take it back, Brian. Looking ahead, I see those other stars we were going to go get.
Roger, concur.
Yeah, started to star line.
Roger. Challenger Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Yargadee at 2151. And we see the trackers back in track, the IMU's aligned, and we've got the numbers. No need for a read down.
Roger, and we'll go ahead and maneuver back to ZLV nose first.
Roger, concur.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger is out of range at the Indian Ocean Station. Next acquisition through Yargadee in 7.5 minutes. All 4 crewmen scheduled for breakfast now for the next hour. At 1 day, 21 hours, 43 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 21 hours, 50 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger about to be acquired through Yargadee.
Challenger Houston with you at Yargadee, standing by for 8 minutes.
Okay. Roger, we're just back into ZLV nose first. What can you tell us about the jet? Just leave it deselected?
Roger, we'd like to leave that jet deselected.
Houston, on the MLR, you sent us up a message and you gave us some new times for some of the MLR operations, but the post deactivation, but you didn't change all the times. Do you mean to slip everything a half hour?
Roger, we'll have to take a look at the message, but that's exactly what we want to do.
Okay.
And Challenger Houston, Don, this half-hour slip, we're only talking about today's MLR activities. That doesn't affect the orbit day.
You understand, but you want everything that's in the cap today slipped a half hour.
That's affirmative.
Thank you, sir. Stop.
Houston, com control.
Challenger Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. We will not have an Aurora pass this time. We'll see you at the States at 22 plus 29.
22:29, about a half hour from now. See you then.
This is Shuttle Control. Yargadee has loss of signal. Next acquisition will be through Buckhorn in California in 29.5 minutes. At 1 day, 21 hours, 59 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 22 hours, 28 minutes mission elapsed time. Buckhorn will lock on to Challenger in about 30 seconds.
Challenger Houston with you over the States for 12 minutes. And we have a nozzle opportunity to talk to you about.
Go ahead.
Roger, in about 3 or 4 minutes, when you're passing over the Gulf of Mexico, there's a real good line of thunderstorms. You'll see them on this pass and also on the next pass, orbit 33. And thought you'd like to know in case you can get up to that nozzle and take pictures.
Thank you.
Recommended speed for the camera would be 1/1000th and f-stop 16.
Okay. PJ? Houston MS1.
Challenger Houston, in about 10 seconds we'll have a 1-minute keyhole. I'll check back in.
Roger.
Challenger Houston, we're back with you at Mila.
Okay, Houston, we're just cranking up Stevens.
Roger, understand.
And Houston, it's pretty cloudy. I don't recognize anything here. Can you tell me about where we are? As you shift up to that line of storms?
Stand by, we'll give you a mark. And Challenger Houston, you have just entered the Gulf of Mexico area and you can start filming anytime now. Challenger Houston, right now you're just south of the New Orleans area.
Houston MS1.
Go ahead.
Brian, you got any water dump numbers for me?
Roger, we'd like you to dump tank Bravo to 35%.
Bravo to 3.5, and when I tried to fill some air sample bottles, sample number 3, the bottle was not evacuated. I heard no air flowing into the bottle. I tried number 4, and it was not evacuated either.
Roger, copy.
And I did have the caps off the nozzles.
Roger, understand, story.
CO2 absorber replacement's been done.
Roger. And Challenger Houston, got a question about the WCS filter yesterday afternoon, when you're ready.
I don't think we looked at the WCS filter yesterday. I don't think we did either.
Okay, well, we were just wondering about it, judging by the debris we saw on the TV floating around the cabin, and the fact that the fan filters had so much junk on them, we were wondering that when you get around to looking at that WCS filter, what you see on it.
Okay. It'll take us a while.
And Challenger Houston, if you can't see the ground, we see you over the east coast of Florida now, and that's the end of the nozzle opportunity.
I did see the ground. I filmed from about the point where we asked you, which was just a little west of New Orleans along the Gulf Coast until after Florida.
Okay, very good. Challenger Houston, we see the supply water crossover valve open. Recommend that you go ahead and close that. We don't need that for the water dump.
I got it.
Roger. Challenger Houston, about to go LOS. We'll see you at Dakar at 2250.
Okay, Brian, and I just am activating the sequence, and I changed address 1550 to all balls, and when I did, I get an operator call and an out of range, and I think that goes with changing the pump speed, but you might have them check it.
Roger, we'll check.
This is shuttle control. Bermuda has loss of signal.
Challenger Houston, though that operator call out of range is expected on that change.
Roger, just what I figured.
Now Bermuda does have LOS. Mission Specialist Don Peterson activating the continuous flow electrophoresis experiment as Challenger went LOS at Bermuda. And the optical survey of lightning experiment was conducted over a good part of the Gulf of Mexico during this pass. A line of thunderstorms in the Gulf today. Dakar is next in about a minute and 50 seconds. We'll stand by for Dakar at 1 day, 22 hours, 49 minutes mission elapsed time.
Challenger Houston with you at Dakar for 9 minutes.
Roger, Houston.
And Challenger, we're just standing by this pass.
And Houston, with regard to CFIS, the number that came up on RPM 2 was 1587.
Roger, copy.
Houston, the PRM ops 12247. The HRM 12250.
Roger, copy, Bo, and if you can, could you read us the METs from yesterday afternoon, PRM Step 2 and HRM Test 2? We never got those METs yesterday.
Am I? Houston, Challenger.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what data do you need on the PRM and HRM from yesterday, Brian?
Roger, PRM Step 2, HRM Test 2. We just need the METs.
Yeah, I know. We're working on a 2-orbit ops checklist. Let me look. I'll be right back with you in a minute.
Roger.
Okay, we're a little late getting to them, closing them off. The PRM data take 1 was at day 1, 13 hours, 30 minutes. And the HRM data take on test 2 was 1 day, 13 hours, 33 minutes.
Roger, copy that for PRM.
How about the HRM? Did you get that too?
Roger, understand that second number you gave me was for HRM.
Yes, sir. At 13:30 was the PRM, and 3 minutes later at 13:33 we did the HRM.
Roger, copy. Challenger Houston for Don. When you've got a chance, we'd like a readout on CFIS Papa 1 parameter.
Understand the pressure, P1?
That's affirmative.
Brian, pressure 1 is 1.6.
Roger, copy. Challenger Houston approaching LOS. We'll see you at Yarragadee at 2326. And Challenger correction on that, we'll see you at IOS at 2313.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger has moved out of range of Dakar on its 32nd orbit. Next acquisition through the Indian Ocean Station in just over 13 minutes. At 1 day, 23 hours mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Houston, Challenger, you with us?
Roger, go ahead. We've got a real short pass here at iOS for a little less than 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm just going to start GP per sequence on fuel cell now. Houston, light, yeah. Houston, MS1.
Go ahead.
I'm doing a voice recognition. It's DTO0721. The batteries did not come up to par. I changed them, put the new batteries in. They did not either. I knew this was a training problem with the flying unit. They told me the original unit would be fixed. So I'm going to go ahead and do the recording anyway.
Roger.
The other problem with this procedure is it says connect the headset plug to line in left journal. They really mean the left mic, so I'm going to do that. That's an overnight checklist page 72.
Okay, we're on page 7.2. We didn't copy your statement on that page, though.
Okay, the battery check says the left U meter indicator not in the green zone recorder is not operational. The two batteries that were launched with, the batteries did not indicate operational. I changed those out, put two new batteries in, and got the same results. I think that's a problem with the recorder. It says connect the headset plug to the line in the left channel. It won't fit in that thing, so I've got it in the left mic position. I don't know.
Roger.
I'll press ahead and do it, and you can let them know if they want it done. Otherwise, I can do it again.
Okay, and Challenger, we'd like you to stop the water dump.
Okay, I'll get after that now.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger out of range at the Indian Ocean Station. Next acquisition through Yargady in 8 minutes, 15 seconds. At 1 day, 23 hours, 18 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston, standing by at Yargady for 8 minutes.
Roger, Houston. Houston, for your information, I got some strange-looking parameters on CFIS. Story tells me they were strange yesterday. If you'd like, I can read you some of them.
Roger, Don, there's a lot of background noise. If you could read them slowly, appreciate it.
Okay, right now, for example, I'm in the zero voltage phase, and I'm looking at an amp reading of 0.4. The power supply, the 28-volt A supply, is reading 290.4. The B supply is reading 28.3. Looking at delta pressures, DP1 is negative 0.4, DP2 is a positive 0.3, DP3 is a negative 0.1. Pressure 1 I already read to you. I'll give you a few more of those. Pressure 2 is 3.3, P3 is 3.2, P4 is 4.4, P5 is 5.0, and P6 is 11.9.
Roger, copy all, Don. And Challenger, Houston, Don, could you give us a Delta P4, please?
Okay, Brian, I'll look it up. DP4 is 1.1.
Roger. And Challenger, Houston, Don, for your information, those numbers look pretty good to us. You should go ahead and press on.
Okay, I was pressing on. Just want you to know about them.
Roger. Challenger Houston, 20 seconds from a long LOS. See you at Hawaii at 23:52.
This is Shuttle
Challenger
Control.
Houston signing off. We'll see you at Hawaii at 23:52.
Challenger is out over Central Australia, out of range at Yargity. Does not come within Aurora's range on this orbit. Hawaii will pick up the spacecraft in 17 and a half minutes. At 1 day, 23 hours, 35 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 23 hours, 52 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger approaching acquisition through Hawaii.
Challenger Houston with you at Hawaii for 7 minutes.
Okay, Brian, on the CFIS, when the sample 4 first started airing, it looked like the stream was going to diffuse pretty badly, but after a couple of minutes, it settled down and it's making a really clean, well-defined stream all the way up to the top of the column now. I'm just about ready to take some pictures.
Well, that's great news, Don.
Houston, MS1.
Go ahead.
The voice recognition is complete and I'm into the EMU checkout.
Roger.
Just get Armstrong, O'Neill, CST, and those folks in pretty soon. I finished this Barry EMU ops totally on day 1, as you remember.
Roger, remember that. Challenger Houston, Story, we're calling EM. You guys come on over here and they'll be available in a few minutes to answer any questions or ask you some questions as time goes on.
Okay, it's mostly configuration stuff.
Roger. Challenger Houston, 20 seconds to LOS. We'll see you over the States in about 3 minutes.
Say again, Brian?
Roger, we're going LOS and we'll see you over the States in 3 minutes.
What's that?
This is Shuttle Control. Hawaii has loss of signal. Buckhorn will pick up Challenger in about 2.5 minutes. Story Musgrave reporting over Hawaii that he was starting the EMU checkout, the spacesuit checkout. He's about 5.5 hours early with that operation. We'll stand by for this pass over the continental United States on orbit number 33.
Challenger Houston, standing by for 20 minutes over the States.
Roger, Brian, copy that.
And the weather for revs 35 and 40 is going up on this pass.
Okay, thank you. Stand by 1. Houston, MS1.
Go ahead.
Brian, the bag is designed to cover the third MU. I can't get it on. I cannot cover the hot neck ring and the hot waist opening with that bag, no matter how hard I try. It just won't do it.
Roger, we'll talk about it here. Challenger Houston for Story.
Go
Roger, we understand there was also problems in 1G getting that bag on there. If you can just secure it on there as best you can, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, the only reason I was concerned was I know there's an active LIO cartridge in there. I wanted to seal off the neck ring and the waist ring part of the HUD. But no way to do it.
Roger. Challenger Houston for Story.
Go ahead.
And Story, we were not aware that there is an active LIO cartridge in there unless you put one in there.
Yeah, you have to put one in there for the spare EMU ops. And I called down the serial number last night.
Okay.
As you know, that check requires a buttoning the whole thing up, putting an LCD in there, and doing a pressurization check, the 0.6 and the 4.3. And I did a speed control check in the fan also, which was good.
Roger. Challenger Houston with a note for anyone that's up near the PLT seat.
Stand by one, Brian, and I'll take it for you.
Roger.
He's listening.
Roger, we need to see the boiler controller power heater switches to Bravo.
Brian, say again, you want which boiler controller power heater to Bravo?
That's all three of them to Bravo as per the cap page 4-41.
Okay, we're going to do all three of them to Bravo.
That's affirmative.
Houston, Challenger.
Go ahead.
Looks like you got that buzz back in the UHF, I think. Brian, give me a short count, will you please?
Roger, short count follows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
That's good.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, it's back again when you transmit. It looks like a pretty day in Florida. Interestingly, for what it's worth, nice sunny day, and you can see the skid strip very clearly. About the only runway you can't see is the shuttle landing strip.
Roger that. Challenger Houston, can you describe in words what kind of noise you're hearing on the UHF?
Well, I call it a buzz, high-pitched buzz. Don called it a high-pitched howl. It is relatively high frequency, moderate level, and it's there all the time. It doesn't seem to change intensity or to warble or wave or anything.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm ready now. Said I got a couple, any more ideas on our ECS situation? And also, Brian, look on the cap on page 4-43 a minute. No, 4-42, would you please?
We're on 4-42 right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to correlate the note there in the middle. It says cycle the flash evap off during the vent model test. And then if I look over on 4-43, where it appears we do that DTO, I don't quite off the top of my head understand the note. And there's no rush on a reply. If when you get a chance, just let me know what I should do.
Roger, we'll talk about that and try to get back to you real quick.
Okay. Houston, are you still there?
Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, one other question about during the STS checkout, during that live TV pass, are you going to get it just at Mila?
Stand by.
Again, all I want to know is for information. That's what it says in the early in the cap. It does say live at Mila. My only question is Mila the only station where you're going to be looking for TV?
That's affirmative, only Mila.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Challenger Houston, we're going LOS. We'll see you over Dakar. About 5 minutes.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger has flown beyond the range of Bermuda. Dakar is next in about 4 minutes. Story Musgrave reporting during this pass that he had unstowed the spare EMU, but he's unable to get the upper hard torso into the bag that's used after unstowing. He was told that there's been difficulty in doing that even in 1G, and that it was no big deal, not to worry about it. And Paul White's reported noisy UHF reception when Challenger is over Florida. Described the noise as a high-pitched buzz. Dakar now about 3 minutes away. At 2 days, 24 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Challenger Houston with you at Dakar for 5 minutes. And Challenger will be Dakar and Ascension this pass solid for 11 minutes. And I've got an answer for PJ's question on the DTO 761.
MI1, he'll be with you in a minute, and while you're waiting for him, I have an out-of-range parameter on the CFUS. Temperature B is reading minus 0.9er. I've logged it. It runs continuing.
Roger, copy. Challenger Houston, question for Story.
He's being a subject in a high-cost production movie of MLR operations right now, Brian. Is it pressing? I can relay.
It's not pressing. We just wanted an update from him on his EMU checkout and how he was going to do that, with donning or not donning. He can get to us anytime on that.
Yeah, okay. You're talking about later on today? We intend to dawn.
Okay.
And go ahead with your comments on that note in the cap on the DTO.
Roger, PJ, on page 4-42, the note applies to the orbit ops checklist, page 7-11, and you've got some pen and inks in your book on that page. It does not apply to the next page. 443 is another part of that DTO, but this note does not apply to the cap, page 4-43.
Yeah, okay. Well, I wasn't sure if it did or not. That's part of what was confusing. confusing me. So the procedure that is spelled out in the cap on 4-43 does not need that note.
That's correct. The note only applies to the orbit ops checklist 711.
Yeah, that's part of the reason we put it in a checklist. Thank you, Brian.
Roger.
MLR is deactivated, Brian.
Roger. Challenger, Houston, for Don.
Go ahead, Brian.
Roger, say again the name of that temperature that was minus 0.9.
Came up as TMB, temperature, Bravo.
Roger. And Challenger, Houston, Don, could it be that that temperature is temperature 8 rather than Bravo?
So that's possible.
Roger. Challenger, Houston, for Don, if you can, we'd like a temperature 9 as well.
Get it? Okay, Brian, temperature 9 is a positive 4.1.
Roger, thank you. Challenger, Houston, for anyone who is up near the aft-facing windows or has looked out those windows recently, we're wondering if that ice tree back on the APU vent on the starboard side of the fin is still there.
Well, let me look through the binocs, Brian. It has gradually been desiccating over the last few days. Let me look. I think it's gone, but let me make sure. Sublimating.
Yeah, that's what I thought you meant.
As long as you understand, that's the main purpose of communication, right?
Roger, I was going to ask you to look out the window, not at the WCS.
Yeah. No, those three vents are all clean, and I can now see the three steam vents there. And the one that had the biggest Christmas tree was the most forwardmost one. As I said before, the aftmost one, the center one had one also, and then the aftmost one, it's kind of piled up. There's a place there at the base of the vertical fin where it gets fatter, and it was kind of piled up like a snowdrift right against that part where it bulges out.
Roger, copy.
But it's all gone now, and I think we reported, but I'm not sure, that the large amount of icicles that were on the around the lip of the center main engine nozzle, they were mostly gone, 90% of it at least, by the evening of launch day.
Roger. Challenger, Houston, preferred APU for FCS checkout is APU number 2.
Okay, APU 2. And Brian, just for the Seaford Skies information, I'm watching the flow as it progresses up the tube, up the column. It's about roughly halfway up now, and it is extremely spread by the time it gets up there. It's probably on the order of a half-inch wide or something on that order, and it looks like two separate columns of material now.
Roger, copy. And we're 20 seconds from LOS. We'll see you at Botswana at 00 plus 43.
Roger, Roger.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger out of range at Ascension Island. Botswana next in about 4.5 minutes. Commander Paul White's reporting that the ice tree that was at the base of the vertical stabilizer is now gone. He was informed that auxiliary power unit number 2 will be the one to be selected for operation during the flight control system checkout. It comes up later today. Don Peterson continuing the Cephas work, and Story Musgrave, who had reached the point in his timeline where he had nothing to do and started the preliminary portions of the EMU checkout about 5.5 hours early. We would expect, though, that the major portion of that checkout, including donning the suits, will occur at or about the regular time, which is 2 days, 5 hours, 25 minutes, because that checkout at that time requires 3 crewmen, Bob Coe, Peterson, and Musgrave. And Bob Coe and Peterson are occupied with other duties up until that time. Challenger, 2.5 minutes away from Botswana at 2 days, 40 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston, with you at Botswana for 6 minutes, and I've got a note for Story.
Go ahead.
Roger, Story, reference to the head-eye tracking DTO this afternoon for 2+30. We'd like you to hold off on doing that until we get back to you. We missed a channel of data yesterday, and we're coming up with some possible fixes to try to get it to where we can get all the data today, and we'll let you know how that comes out.
Okay. It was a 15-minute hot. I got some data for the EMU folks if they've come in.
Roger, we're listening.
Page flight supplement 6. Both EMU SOPs are at 6,100. EMU 1 SOP rates are 3.5 to 3.6. Prior to opening the orbiter valves, 1 had 873 pounds. Oh, that's a record, 2 had 879. I did call in yesterday that 4 of the EMU light batteries did not work. And 4 of them did work, so I've got good lights on all helmets right now.
Roger, copy.
One other thing was that a strap broke off of the metal on one of the cuff checklists. We'll be working a fix for that.
Roger.
Ron, can you copy something for me?
Roger, copy.
Okay, on the Cephas, I got that 0045. I got a record-filled message, and the code with it is Foxtrot 000.
Roger, we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Challenger, Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. We'll see you over Yarragadee at 1+02. And for Don, you should press on with that Cephas. No action required based on the record field message.
Okay, that's what I'm doing. And now, Brian, is Yarragadee an S-band site?
Negative.
When's the next S-band site?
It'll be Hawaii 38 minutes from now.
Okay, I might check, give you an EMU comm check at that time. Trying to clarify what I just said, so that Cephas people understand. I never stopped the processing. It's been going on while you were looking at that.
Roger, understand.
This is Shuttle Control. Botswana has loss of signal. Next acquisition through Yarragadee in 11.5 minutes. Story Musgrave reporting just at LOS that he might want to check out the communication links on the EMUs during the next Hawaii pass in about 30 minutes. At 2 days, 51 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, 2 days, 1 hour, 2 minutes mission elapsed time. Yargady has acquisition.
Challenger Houston's with you at Yargady for 6.5 minutes.
Roger, Houston.
Challenger Houston, note on the EMU comm check question that Story had. Roger, Story appears to us that you all can do this comm check at your convenience. We'd probably suggest that you do it over the Pacific prior to getting into the STS checkout, if that's convenient with all of you.
No, as a matter of fact, Roy, what we'd like to do is go ahead and start the FCS checkout now.
Roger. That was a little surprise. We'll have to talk about it.
Both be on the headsets, Roy. Houston, Challenger, you ready to copy the Elevon positions?
Roger.
Well, they haven't changed since entry or since launch day. It looks like the outboards are up as near as we can tell 10 degrees and inboards down 5 to 10 degrees. But like I say, the significant thing to me anyway is that as far as we can tell, they have not changed in the last 2 days or so.
Roger, copy. Challenger Houston, PJ, concerning when to start the SCS checkout, what we would prefer is that you do the APU pre-start and be ready at Hawaii AOS for us to give you a go for the APU start.
Okay, that'll be fine. We're in work now on page 7-8 of the Orbit Ops checklist.
Roger.
Houston MS-1.
Go ahead.
Spare EMU ops was complete. The EMU checkout was complete to the comm check on flight supplement 7, and I'll leave it here for now until we both get involved.
Roger. Challenger Houston, we're 30 seconds LOS. We'll see you at Hawaii at 128.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Control, Challenger out of range at Yargady. Next acquisition through Hawaii in 17 minutes. Story Musgrave advising Mission Control that he has terminated his EMU checkout activities, having accomplished all that one person can, and that he will now wait until Don Peterson is available so that both of them may continue with the checkout. Paul Weitz and Bo Bobko getting set up ready for the flight control system checkout. They'll be ready to power up the APU, number 2 APU at Hawaii. MCC did not want that power up before Hawaii acquisition so that telemetry would be available to observe it. At 2 days, 1 hour, 11 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, 2 days, 1 hour, 26 minutes. Hawaii has acquisition of Challenger.
Challenger Houston's with you through Hawaii for 8 minutes.
Okay, we're ready to start the APUs.
Roger, stand by.
The APU, that is, number 2.
Roger.
If you'd like, I can open the fuel tank valve.
Challenger Houston, you have a go for APU start.
Okay, it's in work. Got a great talk back.
Challenger Houston, APU looks good.
Flashy VAP is off now.
Roger.
Hey, Brian, when you get a chance, I got a couple more Seepers items for you.
Roger. Don, stand by a second.
Okay. Surface drive started, Houston.
Copy.
Okay, we did not, as you can probably see, get any down arrows.
Roger, copy.
Okay, we feel like we're ready for APU shutdown.
Roger, stand by. And Challenger Houston, your go for APU shutdown. That's a real good test.
Yeah, and every time we did the item on there to check the actuator, it says that that resulted in an RCS fire for information, Roy.
Roger, copy an RCS firing each time.
Yeah, it's firm.
Challenger Houston, Don, sorry to put you off. We got about a minute 20 left if you want to give me the CFIS info.
Okay, I'll give it to you quickly. I had an out of range on parameter flow 1. It was reading 009. That's a positive 009. That occurred at 0127. I cleared that message, and then I got a record filled message at about 0128. And the record filled read Echo 400.
Roger, we copy out of range 401 plus 009 and record fill Echo 400.
Roger, that parameter was flow, FLO, flow 1, that read 009.
Roger. And Challenger Houston, about 10 seconds LOS. We'll be picking you up here at Buckhorn at 38.
Roger, Roy.
This is Shuttle Control. Hawaii has a loss of signal. Buckhorn will pick up Challenger in about a minute and a half. We expect television at the Merritt Island, Florida station acquisition on this pass. TV of the flight control checkout. That flight control system checkout underway now. We'll stand by for Buckhorn.
Challenger Houston's with you at Buckhorn for 8 minutes.
Roger.
Challenger Houston, I have a request for CFIS.
Right.
Okay, Don, we'd like to have you read out a few other parameters. We'd like to get another reading on flow 1. We'd also like RPM 1 and Papa 1. Over.
Okay, flow 1, RPM 1, and Papa 1.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Control. The Capcom now is Roy Bridges.
Okay, Brian, if you're ready to copy, I've got the 3 parameters for you.
Ready to copy.
Form 1 is 064. RPM 1 is 17904. And P1, Papa 1 is 2.00.
Copy. Challenger Houston, Don, those readings are nominal, so I guess everything's okay for the time being.
Okay.
This is Shuttle Control. The Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer reports that no problems have been noted so far in this flight control system checkout.
Challenger Houston, we're going to go through about a 15-second keyhole. We'll see you in a mile in about 15.
Okay. We'll be sending TV when we come over the hill.
Roger. And still dropping in and out a little bit. Let it stabilize. Okay, that looks good. And no voice, Challenger.
Box. How's that, Roy? You read us all right?
Okay, read you 5 by now, and we have a clear picture.
Okay, good. Where are we, Bo? Panel trim switches. Roll trim. Roll trim's going right. Okay, left. Next. Trim. Pitch trim. What do you want? Up first? Yes, and then down. Dot trim. Dot trim. Heading to the right. Right. Left. Left. Okay. Okay. Check panel trim. Left. Roll yaw. Yeah, we got it. That's what we just did. Pitch up down. Okay, yeah. Repeat steps 2 and 7. 2 and 4 through 7. 2 and 4 through 7, yeah. Okay. 2 is SPTC. I'll read them out to you. Speed brake. Left. Okay, forward. Rudder speed brake, you'll have to do body flap. Okay. Up. By the way, Roy, on the rudder pedals, we did not meet the specs in the book. We missed the rudder pedal numbers by 1%, but nevertheless, they were not greater than 91. A couple of them read 90, a couple of them read 91.
Okay, we copy.
Okay, you got that? Left RHC. Left to the right RHC. So that's 26, 27, 28. Okay. Okay, which one? Go ahead. Which is first? There, I'm looking at my pants. Pitch down. All right. M192, we got it. Pitch up. Hey, you got it. All left. Right, more than 92. Hey, you got it. Roll right. All right. Yaw. We're looking for more than 88.
And Challenger Houston, the picture is fairly dark now. Okay, that's coming back up. That's okay.
All right. Hey, did you get the jaw both ways? No. Getting the yaw in the other direction right now. Okay. Okay, reselect them. Items 26, 7, and 8. And put the last item in, Bo. Item too fast, just item 28. Okay, now try your trim. Big trim. Down. Down. Up. Left and right. Okay, what else? Your trim switches, panel switches. Roll. Okay. Uh-oh, there we go. Let me try it again. I missed the channel there for a minute, Houston. I had to push pretty hard to get the second one. Push normally. That's all right. Okay. All right, pitching you off. Okay. Okay, so that's complete. All right, hot auto bright is on. Lowe's going to test. Whee! It works anyway. Brightness. Okay, mine's complete. Okay, mine's complete. Head back to norm. All right, I need an item 1, which is there. And we below item 4. There they go. Now, we go over here, check the table. Well, they should be all 20s and 2s, Bo. Right. Except for a 200 that's thrown in here every now and then. Look, the glide slope bug is off, just like it is in a simulator. Attitude, rates. Well, we'll let the ground call it. When do you want to go down to see Dawn in the middeck with the CFDS, Houston?
Stand by.
You just give us a call when you want us to switch, Roy. My GSI is more than a tick down, Bo. Right slope indicator.
And PJ, Houston, we're ready for a switch to the middeck.
Okay, coming at you. Very, mine is, but very little bit. Mine is a little more than that.
Okay, we've got a good picture on the middeck.
Well, mine don't take quite 20,000 feet per second. Roy, you want us to go off the box now, up on the flight deck?
Affirmative. And mid-deck, you can pick up with a comm.
Okay, what I'm doing right now is getting close down to taking a photo here, about 4 minutes away, to photograph the entrance of sample 5 into the flow column in the Cephas here. Between now and then, there's not a whole lot to do except wait for it. I've got the camera set up, and except for a few out-of-range parameters, Cephas is running pretty well today. I imagine you can see the control module is tucked in over here behind where we have the food eater. You probably also on TV can't really see the flow, but right now we're flowing a sample that has 3 components. It airs at 3 places in the bottom of this column. They're separated by an inch and a half each. And as they flow to the top, in this particular case, they fan out considerably. They're not quite to the top of the column yet. But the rightmost one is over almost to the right-hand edge, and the leftmost one will be almost out to the center by the time they get to the top of the flow.
Okay, we're about to lose your picture, Don, and thank you for your explanation.
Roger that. The Houston Challenger for the hot folks, and I guess we know it's a problem in use, but also on the checkout on the Mach number, Roy, we're getting overwriting of characters up there in a Mach number slot by the orbiter symbol.
Roger. And Challenger Houston, we're approaching LOS. Recheck and make sure you did the right panel yaw trim. We don't think you checked that.
Okay, we think we did, but we'll try it anyway. No, Bo says I'm wrong.
Okay, and see you at Ascension at 07.
Okay, thanks for the catch. And it checked good.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Control. Merritt Island has loss of signal. Challenger will next be picked up by the Ascension Island station in 12 minutes. Live television during this Mila pass of Commander Paul Weitz on the left and pilot Bo Bobko conducting portion of the flight control system check. Then switch down to the middeck where mission specialist Don Peterson is operating the continuous flow electrophoresis system. At 2 days, 1 hour, 55 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 2 days, 2 hours, 6 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger is coming up on acquisition through Ascension.
Challenger Houston's with you through Ascension for 6.5 minutes.
Roger, Houston. We're in the middle of the vent model determination, Roy.
Roger.
We started 35 seconds ago.
Copy.
And you're fading some. You still read us, Houston?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
For information, as near as I can tell out the window, Roy, the elevons are back to the position they were before.
Okay, copy. Challenger Houston.
Yeah, go ahead, Roy.
Yeah, all our data down here on FCS Checkout Part 1 really looks great. Of course, we'll be getting some playbacks and continuing to look at the Part 2 a while, but everything looks fairly good so far, no problems. I do have a couple questions on that. When you can spare some time, probably at Botswana would be a good time.
Okay, that'll be fine. And if we have enough time, I'd like to make a comment about page 7-11 of the ops checklist.
Okay, well, we'll be ready to talk to you on that at Botswana. One cleanup item on the APUs on panel R2. We need the water boiler, power heater, 1 and 3 from Bravo to Alpha.
Okay, going to Alpha now.
And we're at 20 seconds LOS. We'll see you at Botswana in 4 minutes.
Roger, Houston.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger is out of range at Ascension. Will be picked up by Botswana in about 2.5 minutes. We'll stand by for acquisition there. Mission elapsed time, 2 days, 2 hours, 14 minutes.
Challenger Houston's with you at Botswana for 7.5 minutes.
Okay, Roy. Let me tell you what I did on page 4-43.
Okay. We're ready.
We did the DTO the first time, but I moved the wrong switch. For the first time we did it, I moved, what's it called, Bo? It's labeled MADS PCM. And I turned it to on. When I went to turn it back to command, then I double-checked the nomenclature, so I turned it to command, and then moved the wideband ASIP PCM to on, and redid the 3 minutes of free drift, and then picked up from there. I hope that doesn't foul anybody up.
Okay, we copy that.
And I guess looking back on the vent model part of the FCS checkout, I cannot now say with 100% certainty as to which of those two switches I moved in.
Okay, we understand.
Okay, go ahead with your question.
Okay, we had a question regarding your comment on the glide slope.
Note on the HSI. That is that the second digit of the primary miles shows 0 when all the flags are down. Instead of a flag.
Roger, understand the second digit of the primary mile shows 0 when all the flags are down.
You know, there are 4 flags, like for 3,000 miles, you'd read 3000. When the flag's down, you read all flags.
Right.
Now you're in the second digit when the flags are down.
Okay. And Challenger Houston, the question I had was on your comment, PJ, on the glide slope bug being off like in the simulator. Could you give us a little more on that?
Yes, sir. On the load test, on the CDR's HSI, the glide slope deviation bug is supposed to be down 1 tick, 1 mark, and I would guess it was down about, 1.2 or 1.3.
Okay, understand. And also, we had a query regarding the overwrite on the HUD that you reported. Did the overwrite show up when you were doing the low value test?
That's affirmative.
Okay, we have some information on that. It turns out that when you do the HUD self-test, that we put a value into the Mach number slot, and once that's set in there, it won't go away unless we cycle a power on the HUD.
Well, but, what's supposed to be in there, looking at the picture on page 7-23, is Mach 20, 20.0. And it looks like overwritten on that in the second and third character slots, discounting the point. In other words, where the 2 zeros are in the 20.0, it looks like it's flickering between 19 and a 20. I'm not making this clear, but did you follow that? Instead of 20.0, where the 2 zeros are in the background overwriting, and you can see flickering between 19 and 20.
Roger, we copy that, and we agree we've got some cleanup to do on the book.
Oh, that's all right, Roy. I would just, we know that it's that some conditions in flight it overwrites, and I just didn't know if it was supposed to on the test or not.
Roger, and we copy that, and we thank you. The HUD is fine, and we just have some cleanup to do on how we do the test.
Okay.
Roy, the voice recognition's been done 3 times. The MLR is post-deactivation, and I'm going to pick up on the microbial screening.
Roger, copy.
Any words on our ECS status, Roy?
Okay, stand by a second.
Yeah, no rush. We're just getting curious as to what's going on, both with that, and I know you will as soon as you find out, but we are still anxious to hear about how the old TDRS is doing.
Well, while we're talking about PCS, by the way, the PCS workaround is in work still, and we don't anticipate any big problems there. But let me tell you a little bit more about TDRS. It's been a lot of discussion on the airwaves down here, and everything is positive. All the TDRS experts think they have a good bird. They think they have enough propellant to boost it to the proper orbit and to conduct operations throughout the planned 10-year life. So it looks like everything's a go with TDRS. Of course, this whole plan will require 10 days to 2 weeks to complete, and we won't really know everything until the end of that, but it's looking great. And y'all copy those words on the TDRS?
This is Shuttle Control. Botswana has loss of signal. Next station is Yargady in 14 minutes. Capcom Roy Bridges passed up an update on the tracking and data relay satellite to the crew on this Botswana pass. At 2 days, 2 hours, 26 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 2 days, 2 hours, 39 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger is approaching a short pass at Yargady.
Challenger Houston's with you through Yargady for 1.5 minutes.
Roger.
And PJ, I got a word for you on your PCS status. We got not long to talk about it, but I do have quick words for you.
Okay, go ahead. And before we start, how about at your convenience sometime, nothing pressing. We'd like to have a PMC sometime today.
Roger that. We'll work on it and talk to you about it, Guam. On the PCS, the theory is right now, this regulator has a low demand and a high demand portion, the 14.7 cabin reg. And when it trips and wants to go to the high demand portion for a few seconds and to regulate the cabin pressure, we're postulating that it goes to full flow and stays there for a while, and we don't understand why. Also, we don't understand why we've only seen it during the pre or post sleep. And right now we're working on a plan for manual management of the PCS. We do not have approval to do that yet, and maybe more discussion of that later today. Over.
Okay, we can handle that. Any theories at all on that DPDP we had this morning?
That was the WCS, and we're going LOS. We'll pick you up at Guam at 49. Over.
Okay.
This is Shuttle Control. The Argody has lost lock with Challenger. Next station is Guam in 6.5 minutes. During this pass, Challenger's commander, Paul Whites, notified Mission Control that he would like to have a private medical conference sometime today. Time for that is not yet established. At 2 days, 2 hours, 43 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 2 days, 2 hours, 48 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition through Guam.
Challenger Houston's with you at Guam for 7.5 minutes.
Roger, Houston. Hello, and call. Tell thanks a heap.
Okay, he's listening in and appreciates that. And follow up on the GSI question, glide slope question. When you did the high test, was it also off by the same amount as when you did the low test?
Well, it's hard to say. No, it was not off as much. If anything, it was a little closer. It was very close to normal on the high test, Roy.
Okay, good. We copy that. And for Bo on the HSI primary miles, he reported the second digit did not have the flag down on it. Still showed a 0. Was it second from the left or right?
Second from the left. From the left. In the hundreds column.
Okay, in the hundreds digit. We copy?
That's what always correct in the hundreds column. Second digit from the left.
Copy. And also, Challenger, we have set up a PMC for Hawaii, and AOS will be at 03 after the hour.
Roger.
And finally, I have a note for Story regarding the EOG test today. Okay, Story, last night, to clear up, we did get good EOG data. However, one of the channels was missing. And today, before you do that test, what we would like for you to do is to demate and remate the OBS cable between the control box and the MS outlet. The other cable between the signal conditioner and the PS outlet work fine, and we do not want to bother the connections on that one. Over.
Okay, we always have to take that connection down. Otherwise, we just don't have enough slack, and it runs a straight line right from the aft station to the seat.
Oh, okay, but if you didn't demate it from the signal conditioner, don't do that. You can just leave it.
That one there, yeah, we leave that one intact.
Okay, good. And also confirm that you have a fixation light on during the head turns.
Yes, we do.
Okay, that's all we have on that.
Okay. And you did know, Roy, that we ran 3 people last night.
Say again, Story.
We ran 3 people. Peterson, White, and Musgrave.
Okay, copy. Challenger Houston. Paul, did you all copy all the notes on the TDRS?
No, as a matter of fact, we got hardly any of them, Roy.
Roger, you didn't hear my comments over last pass?
No, sir, we sure didn't.
Okay, well, what I said is that the TDRS team is still working on the details of their plan to boost their vehicle to geosync. However, they have done enough homework on that they think they have enough propellant to boost it to the proper orbit and to conduct operations throughout the planned 10-year life. And the vehicle is in good shape right now.
Okay, that sounds super.
And they don't have a lot of thrust in their little rocket engine, so they will be performing this feat over the next 10 days to 2 weeks. So we won't know the end of the story until after you guys get back, but everybody is very encouraged down here.
Well, that sounds good.
Challenger Houston, we're 15 seconds LOS. Hawaii is next at 0303, and you'll have your PMC there, over.
Gotcha.
This is Shuttle Control. Guam has loss of signal. Challenger is now on its 35th orbit. Hawaii is the next station in 5.5 minutes, and the private medical conference has been scheduled for that station. We'll come up prior to Hawaii AOS in case that conference is concluded before the end of the pass and we get normal air to ground sometime during that pass. At 2 days, 2 hours, 58 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 2 days, 3 hours, 2 minutes mission elapsed time. Hawaii has acquisition of signal. We're processing telemetry from that station. We'll stand by for any air ground that may occur after their private medical conference.
Challenger Houston's with you for remainder of the pass, 2.5 minutes.
Right.
And we're standing by.
Houston, for your information, in about 5 minutes I'll be wrapping Cephas up and all the runs today. I think we're okay.
Roger, we copy that, and it sounds good.
Microbial sampling's done.
Roger, copy, Story.
How's the weather in Houston now?
Well, it's been cloudy and cool today. Had a little drizzle this morning.
Hey, well, we were just looking for Hawaii and couldn't find it under the clouds, and it looks like we're going to maybe too far south. It's just Houston is cloudy anyhow.
Well, generally, the area between here and Northrop Strip has been bad the last couple of days. We've had a very, very slow-moving storm over in the New Mexico, West Texas area that dumped quite a bit of snow on the ground.
No?
Yes, sir. In fact, we had accumulation at Northrop of 1 inch last night.
My goodness.
And Challenger Houston, we're about 30 seconds LOS. Pick you up over Buckhorn in about 3 minutes.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Control. Hawaii has loss of signal. Buckhorn next in less than a minute. We'll stand by at 2 days, 3 hours, 11 minutes mission elapsed time.
Challenger, Houston's with you through Buckhorn for 7.5 minutes.
Roger.
Challenger, Houston, 30 seconds, LOS. We'll see you at Mila at 2-3.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger has moved out of range at Buckhorn, moving down across Mexico, down toward Central America. Track on this 35th orbit does not carry it across the Gulf of Mexico. It comes down through Central America, South America. Merritt Island Station will get some coverage of Challenger, though, in approximately 2 minutes. We'll stand by for that.
Challenger, Houston's with you at Mila for 3 minutes.
Houston, read you loud and clear.
Roger, you're 5 by and we're standing by.
This is Shuttle Control. Merritt Island has lost signal with Challenger. Next acquisition, Ascension, in 15 minutes. At 2 days, 3 hours, 27 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 2 days, 3 hours, 35 minutes mission elapsed time. The flight surgeon on this shift, Dr. T.E. Lefton, has determined that there is no mission impact as a result of the private medical conference he conducted with the crew over Hawaii on this orbit number 35. No mission impact. This is Shuttle Control. This is Shuttle Control. There's been a request from the news center for a spelling of the flight surgeon's name. The initials are T as in Tom, E as in Edward, Lefton, L-E-F-T-O-N. His initials are T and E, Lefton, L-E-F-T-O-N.
Challenger, Houston's with you at Ascension for 5 minutes.
Roger, Houston.
And Challenger, Houston, I've got a switch for you on panel A7L, if somebody is close by.
I'll get it in 1 minute. Go ahead on the A7.
Okay, we'd like to have the MADS strain gauge to on. We've got a, MADS is kind of cold again, we need to heat it up.
Okay, strange gauge, PCM, enable is to on.
That's affirmed, thank you. And also a question, we would like to know the start time for the EOG test that you started back over Hawaii. It'll help us on finding the data on the playback.
Very close to 30 after the hour, and we just finished the second one. The first one was on whites, and the second one was on Bravo.
Okay.
And I redid every connection. Start.
Roger.
Houston, are we quite ready to turn off this APU fuel pump yet?
Stand by. And Challenger Houston, we'd like to leave the APU cooling on for a while.
Hey, I just asked because I was sitting here in a seat.
Yeah, no problem. And Story, one note for you.
Go ahead.
Pre-flight, you discussed a supplemental CFIS test with the experimenters, and we would prefer to not do that test.
You're talking about not today or not ever?
We don't want to do it during the flight.
We will not be doing it on STS-6.
That's affirmative. We do not want to do it during your flight.
Okay, then all the cue cards and books and everything we have on CFIS will go back tonight in the return to Houston bag.
Okay, we concur. And PJ, I have some words for you regarding the FCS checkout.
Oh, we're not on, but I can take them. Go ahead.
Okay, basically just some good words based on looking through the data for FCS Part 2. We did not uncover any new anomalies other than the 3 that you all reported. Basically, the problem with the rudder being less than 91, we saw 90.5 down here, so we do not think that's going to be a problem. We're going to go back and look at some data overnight with more granularity, but we think that that's going to be okay. The only other 2 anomalies y'all reported are the PLT HSI's primary miles and the CDI's glide slope bug, and we think y'all understand those and should not be a big problem. Over.
Roger, we concur.
Challenger Houston, we're 15 seconds LOS. We'll see you at Botswana at 5-3.
Roger, Houston.
This is Shuttle Control. Ascension has lost lock with Challenger. Botswana is next in just over 3 minutes. We'll stand by for that pass at 2 days, 3 hours, 50 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control at 2 days, 3 hours, 52 minutes mission elapsed time. Shuttle coming up on acquisition through Botswana.
Challenger Houston's with you at Botswana for 7 minutes.
Roger, Houston, read you loud and clear. Going to be running ahead and eye on Peterson right now.
Okay, good, Story.
If I can hold him in the chair.
And wanted to tell you that we'll give you a call when to turn off the fuel pump valve cooling. It's still a little bit too warm to turn off. Bose, on the comm, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you're upstairs, you might take a look at your HSI again, and now that you've got the DDU powered off, see if you've got a flag in the second digit slot on the primary miles.
No, it still has a 0.
Okay, still a 0. Thank you. Challenger Houston, with 30 seconds to LOS. We'll see you over Guam at 25 doing the S-band antenna test.
This is Shuttle Control. Botswana has loss of signal. Next acquisition, Guam, in 24 minutes. A team handover will occur prior to Guam acquisition. Flight Director Gary Cohen handing over to Flight Director Harold Drawn. The change of shift news conference with Flight Director Cohen is scheduled for 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time in room 135 at the JSC News Center. Change of shift news conference, 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 2 days, 4 hours, 1 minute mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Hello, Challenger. You got the Crystal team with you here over Guam. Good afternoon, Challenger. Crystal team with you at Guam for 7.5 minutes.
Howdy, where you been?
We all went home and took a nap.
Yeah, well, here we are, rolling our little hearts out for you guys.
Yeah, we see that.
Yeah, this ain't the most comfortable maneuver in the world. If the RCS folks can take a quick look at it and see if we can stop it between Guam and Hawaii, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, we'll check on that.
All right, thank you, John.
And hey, John,
Yes, sir.
we ran 4 head and eyes starting around 3:30. The order was White's, Mopko, Peterson, and Musgrave. And as soon as anyone can, we'd like them to look at that to be sure that the stuff we're running is worthwhile.
Okay.
You know, what to me, John, is an interesting observation. During this rolling maneuver that's rolling about the x-axis, every time it trims up the attitude, it has never done it yet with a single jet firing. It seems to have a pretty good lock on the roll rate, and it just bang, bang, fires 2 jets in a row, 1 in pitch and 1 in yaw, whenever it needs a correction.
Copy that. And looking at the cap, looks like you're scheduled for a meal right here doing this thing, too.
Yeah, I'm not sure anybody wants to try one while you're doing it, though.
Yeah, we're doing just that. Nice free ride down here.
Roger that. Okay, PJ, no problem in stopping that roll after the Guam LOS, and that'll be about 4:32. I'll give you a call on it and be back in the roll attitude at 4:38 when we pick you up at Hawaii.
Okay, we'll be there by 4:38. And, John, I got an observation that you might make note of or pass on to folks in the office. You ready to copy or just listen?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
On the ball, we're yawing out about 90 degrees, which, you know, the attitude computation gets squirrely in there when you're right at 90. And as you kind of drift either side and in the deadband of the 90 degrees of yaw, as you get very close to it, where the thing goes, the calculation goes unstable, like just because you're trying to divide by 0, the ball just freezes up. And it doesn't give you any other indication, it just stops rotating until you move apparently back out of the yaw angle where it starts calculating a roll angle again. And then it just whirs on around and catches up in attitude. And I don't ever remember seeing that in SMS.
Okay, we copy that. You got any idea how far out you have to yaw before it catches up or starts to spin?
No, it's not very far at all.
Okay. And story on the EOG, we're getting good traces, but the timing signal's not very good. You might want to check that connection.
You mean when I press the little marker between eyes open and closed?
Trying to get an answer on that for you, story, and PJ, GNC says that's the way they would expect that to work.
Okay, and it may be implemented in the simulator that way. I'm just saying I don't remember seeing it in the simulator. And when you think about it, I guess that's the way I'd expect to see it work too.
Roger that. And PJ, we got about 45 seconds to go here. You can stop the roll at the LOS, and we'll be picking you up about 3.9, so start it back up again about 3.8. And in place of some of the EMU stuff that we've already done later on today, about 7 or 7.5 hours, we're looking at maybe MPS vacuum inert.
Okay. We copy.
If you're still there, this upcoming Brazil pass should give you some great chances to use a nozzle over southern Brazil.
Okay, we'll give her a whack.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Guam. 5 minutes now until reacquisition at Hawaii of Challenger. Spacecraft communicator John McBride passed up to the crew advice that perhaps the night-day optical survey of lightning experiment, or nozzle, might have some targets of opportunity in southern Brazil on this upcoming orbit. Hawaii upcoming in a little over 4 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. 30 seconds from reacquisition of Challenger through the tracking station at Hawaii. About 1/4 of the way through orbit number 36.
And we're back with you over Hawaii for a little over 7 minutes.
Okay, folks decided they liked it so much we never did stop the roll.
All right. And if Story's listening, tell him that timing signal I was referring to with regard to the EOG was the push-button timing signal.
Okay, I was pushing it every time my eyes went closed.
Okay, we did get good traces, and Doc thinks he can reconstruct everything with what he's got.
Okay. John, this is really a spectacular view. We're going to try to put the view out over the tail on one of the CCTVs and record some of it.
That's great. And PJ, I got you a final go here for the APU fuel cut off or cool off.
Okay.
And PJ, how would you feel about giving us some live TV coverage on the next Hawaii pass? You'll be doing sort of the same thing.
Oh yeah, you bet.
Okay, we'll start working toward that.
Okay, and we'll do that event for about 4 hours there on the APUs.
That's affirmative. You got to go to do that. And Story, you got time to answer a question about the EMU batteries?
I sure do.
Did you check all 12 of those things, or just first 4, or what?
I checked eight batteries. 4 of them were good, and 4 of them were not good. That's on the EMU lights.
Now, we understand that, but the other 4 you have not checked?
Not yet.
Okay, that's all we need to know. And Story, did you come up with a fix on that cuff checklist clip?
No, I haven't been to the order today. We're going around. I'll get after it tonight.
Our EVA folks would be anxious to hear a little bit more about that, I think, if you could tell them. We got a couple minutes to go here.
Okay, where the watch band that's covered with Velcro is soldered onto the metal, that's where it broke off.
Okay, that helps. Got about a minute to go here. We'll see over Buckhorn at 449er.
Okay.
And one last word before we go. The CFAS folks have passed me a note here, and they certainly are appreciative of everything that you've done during the last 2 days with their experiment. They feel like they got some good sample returns.
Well, Story and Don worked hard on it. They tried their best.
Yeah, we sure did that, John. Hope it turns out.
And we feel confident that it will. See you shortly.
Okay.
Mission Control Houston, LOS at Hawaii, reacquisition through the Buckhorn station in approximately 49 seconds. No, a minute and 33 seconds. Prior to that, we should have some tracking in voice through Vandenberg.
We're back with you at Buckhorn for about 3.5 minutes.
Roger. Come back to ZLV on the verniers.
Copy. And we need some comm configurations, please, on A1 and Charlie 3.
Go ahead, John.
Okay, on A1, FM antenna switch, pause 2 seconds and go, or pause going to GPC for 2 seconds. C3 is already done. We need one back on A1 now.
Okay.
That's the FM antenna to GPC.
You got it.
Houston, you still with us?
Yes, sir, for about another minute.
I need to know which lenses they want to use on the 35 millimeter cameras for the EVA.
Okay, I'll check. If I don't get you an answer here, I'll get it for you by the time we get down to Botswana at 528, and the thunderstorms over Brazil might look good this time.
Okay, we'll look for them. Get ready.
This is Mission Control Houston, loss of signal at Buckhorn, 34 minutes away from Botswana voice relay station. And hopefully the crew will report on whether they were successful in spotting any of the thunderstorms in Brazil, which are targets for the nozzle experiment. Also an inquiry from the crew on which lenses to put on the 35 millimeter cameras for Thursday's EVA. Getting the equipment all sorted out and ready for tomorrow's spacewalk in the cargo bay. Returning in 33 minutes at Botswana. This is Mission Control Houston.
Challenger with you over Botswana for 7 minutes.
Roger, Houston. I think we got some lightning on that last pass. It was impossible to see a storm flash and get over there, so we would wait until we saw an area in front of us, just turn the camera on and let the ground track carry the lightning storms through the field of view.
Okay, we copy that. And sometime before you go to sleep tonight, the nozzle folks would like a readout on how much film you've used.
Yeah, I think three magazines.
Okay, confirm that sometime for us before you go to bed tonight.
Yeah, hold on. I can try. In Houston, MS1.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Story.
Yep, EMU checkout is complete, except for the comm check through flight supplement -7. We're starting to get our LCVs on and that stuff.
Okay, we copy that. And regarding the TV pass over Hawaii, that's pretty much your guys' ball game, so use anything you want to.
Roger. We get time and set it up. We'll tell you when we get there, I guess.
Okay, we of course would like to see some of that over the tail stuff that you were talking about, but anything inside that you would like to show us, we'll be interested in that too. And Don, the word is use a 35 millimeter lens on a 35 millimeter camera.
Okay, gotcha.
And PJ or Bo, if you're listening for the hot fire coming up later on, we want you to reselect L2 dog.
Understand. Reselect L2 dog.
And reset the RM. That's on spec 23.
Roger.
And I think we gave you a notice a little bit earlier, somebody did, that we're going to uplink you some manual PCS control procedures, and we're going to do that on the TPR sometime over iOS here in about 10 minutes. And Challenger, Houston, you copy, we're going to uplink your PCS manual procedures over iOS.
PCS manual procedures, roger.
And basically, in Air Force fighter terminology, we're just going to pump up the cabin real high and then close everything off tonight.
Understand.
Got a minute to LOS here at Botswana. We'll go through a minute and a half keyhole and see you at iOS at 5:37.
Okay, 537 Indian Ocean Station.
And Challenger, we're back with you over Indian Ocean for 6 minutes.
Roger, and we hear the little teleporter clanking away.
Okie doke. Give her a good look over when you get it and see if you got any questions. And Bo, you know if anybody had any luck in getting that IMU panel access cover back on?
Nobody has really tried yet. We figured that we might be checking that filter in the next couple of days, so we didn't push it in yet.
Okay, we copy.
Houston, you there?
And say again?
Okay, about that cover. It swings up, and when you swing it down, it swings down so that the point that swings down is forward and then swings down towards the aft. Well, it looks like the port side of it has shifted over a little bit so that it doesn't fit quite up into the holes that were there before. So when it comes on, I guess we'll try to spring it unless, back into shape. PJ just said he thought it might be too tough to do that. Right now the holes don't line up with the screws.
Okay, we copy that. And when it comes time to finally secure that thing tightly, you might want to drag out the large slot screwdriver and the pry bar, which is stowed there, and see if you can't line it up some with them.
Well, we try that, Tom, but there really isn't any place to pry again. The stuff around it is more fragile than that door is itself.
I think maybe they're thinking maybe you can use that screwdriver to help line up the two holes.
Yeah, well, we'll try. There aren't two holes. The screw is captive, and the screw is captive in one of the holes. That is, of course, the one you can see, and you're working blind into the other one.
Okay, and anyway, we got word that even if you only get it fastened with one fastener, it should be sufficient for the entry loads.
Yeah, we agree. We like to not have it clumped down during entry, so we'll give our best shot.
Roger that.
Worst comes to worst, the entire thing will be a mass of gray tape.
Copy.
And John, MS1 and 2 will be going off comm here to get in our suits pretty shortly.
Okay.
For the comm check, which we'll get once we get in the suits, we finished lights up on the 7, we're on the Q card. Meaning
page 8.
Okay, we copy. And we got about 40 seconds to go here at Indian Ocean. We'll see you up at Guam at 6:01, and we'll be interested in the results of your comm check story.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Indian Ocean Station. Guam in 17 minutes. The flight crew apparently way ahead of their schedule on checkout of the spacesuits and the equipment as part of the spacesuits, except for a few minor details. The upcoming Hawaii pass, the crew is planning to turn on the television cameras for a live depiction of the S-band antenna pattern test, the second run today, and in which the spacecraft will be rotating at 2 degrees per second, which computes out to be 1 revolution every 3 minutes. The S-band antennas on the spacecraft will alternately be blocked by the spacecraft and affect the signal strength as well as the TV picture. So we're likely to see the TV come and go. They reported that they may have recorded some lightning during this previous pass over Brazil with the nozzle experiment equipment. We'll return in 16 minutes at Guam. This is Mission Control Houston at day 2, 5 hours, 45 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. We have acquisition at Guam for about the next 5 minutes.
And Challenger, we're back with you over Guam for about 5 minutes.
Roger. John, I looked over the message on the manual cabin atmosphere management, and correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like we're going to set System 1 up to flow nitrogen, and we'll flow oxygen through System 2. We'll pump it up till if we get to 15 psi on oxygen first, we'll let it go at that. If we get to 3.4 on the PPO2 before we get to 15 psi, then we'll secure the O2 flow and bring in the N2, and then go with that for the night. Is that about it?
That's it exactly.
Okay. And that's a good message, whoever wrote it. A tip of the topper to them.
Yeah, I came in a little early and worked on that.
Okay.
Now we'll give credit to our econ for that. He did a good job. And in preparation for our TV pass, we need the downlink enabled back on A7.
Okay, we'll get it. Sean, is payload-based camera, is Delta the only color machine we got out there?
Let me check.
That's what our Q card shows. But I just wanted to verify.
Okay, Delta's a wide angle, but they're all color.
Well, that's why I was confused, but our Q card infers that only Delta is color. Okay. And Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie are all got the same lenses, huh?
So, Bravo and Delta are wide angle.
Okay, John. My TV experts are getting ready to go EVA, and any other switches have to be set up that the CDR can be entrusted to handle before we get to Hawaii? Anything on A1 has to be changed.
Dr. Briscoe says everything's a go, and we'll see you over at Hawaii in about 6 minutes.
Right.
And make that 7 minutes.
Okay.
Mission Control Houston, loss of signal at Guam. Reacquisition at Hawaii in about 7 minutes. Second run of S-band antenna pattern test with live television upcoming over Hawaii on this 37th orbit of Challenger's first flight. Day 2, 6 hours, 8 minutes. Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. Should be acquisition at Hawaii momentarily.
And Challenger, we got a good TV picture. We'll be with you here at Hawaii for about 7.5 more minutes. Looks great.
Yeah, looks good out the window, too. Don says, just remind you, this is a Geritol gang's version of a victory roll.
We copy. Sort of like a typical Air Force break, too, isn't it?
Yes, sir. You bet.
And John, the crewmen are in the suits without the helmets right now.
We copy. That's a great picture, PJ.
Oh, you guys could get it further back than we can you? That's a lot better.
That is.
You may look at those two flaps on that starboard home spot when the sun shines on the bottom side of them about now there, John. So I guess they don't show up too well.
Looks like we're too far back here. Why don't you explain to us about the tether wire there, the slide wire?
Yeah, that's the slide wire that runs down the side of the vehicle. There was one on either side. Those are there for safety purposes until we demonstrate that we have a functioning system, both in our procedures and in the equipment, that is the suits and mobility aids that we're going to use. So at each crewman, or a crewman, as they go down the length of the vehicle, we typically go along the edge of the door there, the longeron, and we have a safety tether on them, and this slide wire enables us to move with relative ease along, still maintaining the safety tether to the vehicle without having to unhook it and hook it up.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. You can see on the inside of the cargo bay there, the inner portion of the vent doors that we use to control the pressure in the cargo bay during ascent and entry. And, of course, the large canisters in the foreground are those getaway specials that Bo told you about yesterday.
Roger that.
Circular structure, which you haven't seen much of there in the aft end of the cargo bay, is the airborne support equipment, ASE, that was used to carry up the IUS, the interim upper stage, and the PDRS satellite. And this equipment will be going back to Boeing and to be used again very shortly, if not on STS-6, 2 flights from now.
And we copy that. And INCO is wondering, or wants you to confirm that you cannot zoom back out.
Well, let me try it once. Let me try on that camera.
Yeah, why don't you zoom it in and then see if you can bring it back out, and we'll try it if you can.
Yeah, there it is. It's intermittent, John. I don't know if you saw that. We had some thrusters, aft thrusters on the left pod fire that.
I didn't see it. Maybe somebody else did.
Well, now it's working okay, John. It's just something. It's almost like a dirty or intermittent contact. We just have to play with it to get it to work.
Roger that.
And if you want to, I don't know how well they show up in the color. Right along with the EVA, you can see the series of handrails that are yellow colored that go down along each launcher on there, man. You got a double barrel blast, one thruster in each pod fired that time. And
You go hand over hand along those handrails. They're colored yellow so that the EVA crewmen can distinguish them from the predominantly white parts of the vehicle. And you go down one longeron up across the aft bulkhead. On those back there, you see one goes up from each camera across the top and down and back up the other longeron.
Yes, sir. We can see those very clearly. Next time over the top, if you got a chance, why don't you pan down to the earth for us?
Okay.
And we heard some comments that if it's this good tomorrow for the TV, it's going to be real exciting for that EVA.
Oh yeah, we're looking forward to it. What are you doing? Yeah, the many upper huts, we've buzzers on. And John, would this be a good time to check EVA comm?
We would prefer that you do that LOS story.
Okay.
And we got about another minute and 39 seconds to go here at Hawaii. And just for your information, PJ, we're losing the antenna lock right here over the top.
Okay.
Okay, we're starting to get video again. And we got about 40 seconds to go.
Okay.
Looks like we can see the big island Hawaii.
I don't know. You probably see it better. It might be just clouds. Okay, there's a fairly good looking sun glitter there. We're just about looking into where the sun reflects off the ocean. Folks are very interested in that phenomenon. We've been trying to get some good pictures for some people who are, you can see many features, surface and subsurface in the ocean by looking into the sun glitter.
Got some great pictures there, PJ. Thank you. We're going LOS, and we'll see you down at Botswana at 703.
Yes, sir. That's your idea. I got to get away.
Thank you. See you in about 41 minutes.
This is Mission Control Houston, loss of signal at Hawaii. Live television from the Challenger's television cameras during the S-band antenna pattern test, in which the spacecraft was in a roll of some 2 degrees per second rate. And going over the top, the antennas were apparently blocked and caused loss of television downlink. It was described by the crew of Challenger as being the Geritol gang's version of a victory roll. Next station in 40 minutes will be the Botswana voice relay station, the south end of the continent of Africa, at which time we shall return. This is Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 6 hours, 24 minutes.
Yeah. 620. No, I say, but Daniel cabin atmosphere. That's stuff.
This is Mission Control Houston. Slightly over a minute away from reacquisition at Botswana Voice Relay Station. Meanwhile, in a report on the Teeter satellite, it remains in a stable condition, according to flight controllers at the ground terminal at White Sands, New Mexico. NASA TDRS Program Director Robert O. Aller said that a roll thruster problem earlier today is being analyzed. but it has not been determined if this problem will have an impact on the implementation of the orbital adjustment plan. Aller and Spaceflight Director George Harris will take part in the 11:15 a.m. Central Time change of shift briefing on Thursday. Should have acquisition momentarily at Botswana.
Challenger Houston with you at Botswana for 6 minutes.
Okay, hi there. A new voice on the loop.
Roger that. And we'd like for you to add the MPS vacuum inert procedure out of the orbit ops checklist at whenever your convenience. FAO has recommended a time of about 7 hours and 40 minutes.
740, MPS vacuum inerting. Okay.
Roger. And the reason we're doing this, PJ, is to KSC'd like us to make sure we get those empty to expedite the turnaround.
Yeah, we cut each other out, guys. Say again, will you please?
Yeah, the reason we're doing this, adding it back in, is to KSC wants us to do this to help expedite the turnaround.
Okay. Okay, Don and Story are cleaning up now after climbing out of the suits. Story is doing the in-speed checks. We got both of them in the suits. The pressure checks were good and the comm checks were good.
Roger, sounds good.
RCS hot fire is complete. I hadn't done that in a simulator in a while, and that's a prime opportunity to type in the wrong numbers some, but I think I got them all correct. I got no unexpected results.
Roger, we copy.
And using the storage backup on comm, the check out of EMU number 3 and 1 and 2 was totally normal.
Sounds great.
We're just topping off the batteries now, and that'll be it.
Roger, copy. We're all looking forward to tomorrow. I'm sure you are.
You bet.
Challenger Houston, we'd like you to take the hydraulic circ pumps, all 3 of them, to GPC when you get a chance.
Okay, we'll do that now, guy.
Thank you, and that'll be for the sleep period tonight.
Yes, sir.
Challenger Houston, we're about 20 seconds to LOS. We'll see you over IOS in another couple of minutes.
Roger.
Challenger Houston with you through Indian Ocean.
Roger.
Story and Don, I've got a note here for you on checking the EMU light batteries when you get a chance.
Go ahead.
Raj, first of all, we'd like you to check the remaining 4 batteries to make sure they're good. And then following that, any batteries you find failed, including the 4 you found failed yesterday, we'd like you to put them back into the EMU light and cycle the switch on and off several times. That may recover the batteries.
Okay, I did that already, but I'll do a little bit more.
Okay, you did cycle the switch several times on the bad ones you found the other day?
Yeah, I sure did. I cycled it through 1 light, the other light, 2 lights, and not a glimmer of a light came on.
Oh, yeah, we're finished with that.
But if you're asking me to condition them a little bit more before I check them out, I can do that.
Somehow, if it does...
Okay, Story. Well, that sounds good then. We'd still like you to check the remaining 4 batteries that you haven't looked at yet.
Okay. Refresh my memory where they are.
Yeah.
Stand by. And Story, they're behind, they're in your EVA storage locker, MA23 Romeo, behind the work table. Stand by on that.
Where did I put that checklist? I know that's where about 4 of them are.
Make that MD80R.
Okay. Houston, Challenger?
Go ahead, Challenger.
Yeah, we could look it up, but since CSIS is shut down, we got all the cue cards and checklists put away, and I notice here we still have the flashy VAP on and flow through the payload heat exchanger. Is that right for now, or should we back the flashy VAP off and through the interchanger?
Roger. Roger, Challenger. You can go ahead and reconfigure for normal ops.
Okay, we must have missed that somewhere. Thank you.
Challenger Houston, for your information, we'll be running a TV pass out in the payload bay over Hawaii again this time, but no action required on your part. All our switches are okay.
Okay.
Challenger Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. We may get you at Guam at 7+41 for a short one. If not, we'll see you at Hawaii at 7+50.
See you then.
This is Mission Control. Loss of signal at Indian Ocean Station, preceded by Botswana Voice Relay Station. Challenger crew reported that the EMU checkout, that is the extravehicular mobility unit checkout, the 2 spacesuits in other words, is complete, way ahead of schedule. And the reaction control system hot fire test is also complete. In the upcoming Hawaii past this orbit, the communications controller here in Mission Control will control the cameras aboard Challenger. Will command the cameras to give us another live picture from space over Hawaii. Next station in approximately 18 minutes will be Guam in the Western Pacific. This is Mission Control at 2 days, 7 hours, 22 minutes.
Challenger Houston with you over Guam for about 20 seconds. See you at Hawaii at 7+50.
I can see you then. You still with us, Houston?
Roger, Story, go ahead.
On those EMU light batteries, how long do you want me to condition them with a switch on? The ones that won't work?
What we want, Story, is multiple cyclings on and off.
And if I do 5 or 6 cyclings, is that enough?
Roger, that'd be plenty.
Well, it's like, you know,
This is Mission Control Houston. There should be an acquisition momentarily through the Hawaii tracking station.
Copy, Houston. In Houston, the EMU lights that don't work, I cycle them at least 10 times. A light will either come on bright the first time or not at all, and I got the serial numbers of the ones that don't work for you. I'll label them and put them in a return to Houston bag, too.
Roger, copy story. And how many of them total did not work?
4 did not work. I was not able to locate 12. I located 11 batteries. 4 out of the 11 didn't work.
We copy.
You want their numbers?
Negative. We can get that post-flight story. Thank you. And we got some good pictures of looking up the slide wire from the back end towards the forward there on the starboard side, and we can see the tilt table elevation numbers.
You're going to see some additional stuff out there tomorrow.
You bet. And this picture's breaking up here a little bit right now because of the comm checks we're running during the roll. And Challenger, we're trying to peek in the windows there at you, but it looks awful dark inside.
I'm glad you can't see me right now.
Copy. We've switched to camera delta there on the forward part of the starboard side. We can see the toolbox right at the bottom of our picture and the gas canisters, and looking back to the back end, the ohms pod with the earth rolling around behind you. We're getting a good picture down the port side of the vehicle now from the aft camera, looking in the area there around the tilt table you guys will be playing around in tomorrow.
You bet.
Challenger Houston, we're 15 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Santiago at 8+16, and looking forward to seeing some guys filling up that big empty cargo bay tomorrow.
We'll be there.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Hawaii. 17 minutes away from acquisition through Santiago. Sort of a cook's tour of the payload bay there using the various remotely controlled cameras. INCO here in the control center. Lee Briscoe controlling the cameras from his console here. Doing all the pan, tilt, and zoom, and looking at the various equipment in the payload bay, and most notable of which is the cradle for the now departed IUS and Teeters satellite. Pretty good rehearsal for the EVA tomorrow, where the payload bay will have a population of 2. 16 minutes away from Santiago. Midway through orbit number 38 for Challenger at day 2, 8 hours. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. Santiago, Chile tracking station should acquire Challenger momentarily.
Challenger Houston with you at Santiago for 7.5.
Reach you loud and clear. Houston evacuation terminated.
We copy. Challenger Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Indian Ocean at 8+48.
Mission Control Houston, loss of signal at Santiago. Indian Ocean Station in 25 minutes. The crew in their evening meal period, not very talkative. Winding down the second day in space. "25 minutes away from Indian Ocean Station. Day 2, 8 hours, 23 minutes. Mission Control, Houston." This is Mission Control, Houston. Indian Ocean Station in about 25 seconds. Final pass of the evening for that station. We do have acquisition at this time.
Challenger Houston with you at Indian Ocean for 6 minutes.
Roger, Houston, read you loud and clear.
And I've got a few pre-sleep notes for you here if you're ready to listen.
Do we have to copy these down?
Negative. The first one is to cancel the IMU alignment again tonight. Looks like they're really looking good.
Roger, we copy that.
And with that up in mind, you can go ahead and go to your minus ZLV nose first attitude at your convenience. The attitudes are there in the cap at 9+45.
Roger. DJ said he already had a couple of alarms set to remind him to do the IMU line, so he's not sure he wants to cancel it. But I think we can talk him into it. Okay, and ZLV anytime we'd like.
That's right. It's going to nose first as opposed to your nose north you are now. You should have a weather message coming up here at Indian Ocean as well. And we were wondering if you had a final count on the number of nozzle film magazines used.
Okay, Houston, we're going to go nose first now. From an out-the-window point of view, it's a whole lot better than that pitsy nose north attitude.
Understand, that's fine with us.
Use 3.5 nozzle magazines.
Roger, we copy 3.5 magazines used. And we'd like you, before we get to Hawaii, to perform the manual cabin atmosphere management message we sent up, teleprinter message number 19, so we can look at the configuration over Hawaii. And the other things in the cap here, pre-sleep, the supply water dump at 9+45. We'd like you to dump tank Bravo to 20%. And during your pre-sleep, don't forget to put the cabin temperature controller valve to full heat.
Okay, Roger. Tank Bravo to 20%. You'd like us to set up before we get Hawaii on that atmospheric management, and we'll go to a full hunt.
Roger.
Hey, Guy, you still there?
Affirmative. We've got 3 minutes left.
Okay, we just finished inspecting IMU fans and filters and the cabin fan filters. The IMU fan filters were fairly dirty. We got some pictures of them and cleaned them. The cabin fan filters weren't too bad. So we just went ahead and cleaned them. They just had a little fuzz on them.
We copy. And we understand that's why you got the cabin fan message.
Oh, yes, sir.
Challenger, we've got 1 minute to LOS. I've got some good words on the TDRS satellite if you're interested.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, first of all, they want to wait till you guys get back here before they do their RCS thrust into geosync. That should occur on Sunday. And they've got plenty of RCS fuel on board to do that with and still have the RCS for a good lifetime of the satellite itself. We've also got the 4.9 meter single access antennas are now fully deployed. So it's all deployed and working good. And we're 10 seconds to LOS. See you up over Guam at 9 plus 14.
Roger. One of these people, have you got in the tail up?
We did not copy that.
Mission Control Houston, LOS at Indian Ocean Station. Guam in 19 minutes. Spacecraft communicator Guy Gardner passed up to the crew with the information that the thrusting with the tracking data relay satellite hydrazine thrusters to get on up to synchronous orbit will begin this coming Sunday after the crew has returned. Orbit 39 just beginning for Challenger. 18 minutes away from reacquisition at Guam. Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. Acquisition at Guam in about 40 seconds. Flight director here in Mission Control has asked his people to check all the systems for the final time here at Guam for the sleep period. All
Challenger
spacecraft
Houston
systems.
with you at Guam for 4 minutes.
Roger, Houston, with you loud and clear.
Challenger Houston, we were wondering if you ever got your flight deck speaker to work.
We don't know. Go down and see. I'm pretty sure it does because I think we heard some of those UHF transmissions. Right over it.
Roger, we copy. Challenger Houston, I've got a brief summary of our forecast weather for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday if you're ready.
Number one. Go ahead.
Raj, looks like Edwards will be good for all 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The Cape should be good for Friday and Saturday, but we've got a low over Northrop that'll be passing through there on Friday and Saturday, and so Northrop will be down Friday and Saturday, should be good on Sunday, but the Cape should start going bad on Sunday due to that weather.
Roger, I copy.
Challenger Houston, we need the water tank Bravo inlet back to open. There's no need to close it.
I got it.
Challenger Houston, 15 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Hawaii at 9 plus 27.
9 plus 27 at Hawaii.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Guam. Final Hawaii pass starts in 7 minutes. Spacecraft communicator Guy Gardner gave the crew a nutshell of the weather outlook for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the 3 stateside landing locations. Crew winding down the day's activity, preparing for a sleep period to begin in less than an hour. Returning in 6 minutes at Hawaii. Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. We have acquisition at Hawaii. Fairly brief pass of some 4 minutes.
Challenger Houston with you over Hawaii for 3 minutes.
Roger, Houston, read you loud and clear.
Roger.
Houston, CDR.
CDR Houston.
Okay, I got a couple notes on HRM and PRMeter just completed. If you would, go to the orbit ops checklist, page FS7-4.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, in step 1, the setup, one of the last things you do there, see it says press and hold the HP button.
Roger.
The last 2 times I've done that, Guy, I've had to do that twice in order to meet those criteria. In other words, for the display to get above 4,000 within 20 seconds.
Roger, we copy. We're looking at.
Okay, and the time I did the one this evening was 09:19, and I got a word on the PRM also. That was done at about 09:15. When I took the readings, all the readings had the coolant indicated on that LCD display, which apparently means the batteries were going bad. I guess this is our last scheduled day to take. You know, if they want to replace the batteries and take another set of readings, I don't mind.
Okay, we'll check on that for you.
Okay, we don't need an answer now. Just check it out whenever you get a chance.
We'll go. And we're 10 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Santiago at 9 plus 5-2.
Yeah, also, it doesn't look like we're going to make 15 PSI on this reg.
We concur. That's probably all you get before sleep. You can go ahead and secure it.
Okay, we'll finish the meal first, then I'll go ahead and pick up on that message 19 or whatever it was and set up for sleep.
Roger, copy. And you got to go to change those batteries for the PRM if you'd like.
Mission Control, Houston. LOS, Hawaii for the final time this evening. Santiago in 21 minutes. Which will likely be the final voice pass of the evening as the crew goes into their pre-sleep activities. At day 2, 9 hours, 31 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Mission Control, Houston. Still 16 minutes away from Santiago, Chile. The handover from this team of flight controllers to the relieving team will begin at 11:30 Central and be complete by 12:30, which means that off-going Flight Director Hal Drawen's change of shift press conference would be around 1 a.m. Central Time, 2 a.m. Eastern Time. If there are any news people out there alive and awake who want to have a change of shift press conference, they should speak now or forever hold their peace. Otherwise, we likely will not hold one to an empty room. 15 minutes away from Santiago, returning at that time. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger Houston with you at San Diego for 6 minutes. Alpha 2 to turn the MAD strain gauge to PCM enable.
Okay, I'll be there in just a second. Okay, say the switch again, please.
Raj, the MAD's strain gauge, put it up to PCM enable.
That's done.
Okay, and on the PRM ops, looks like PJ's diagnosis was correct. The batteries did run dead, and we're not sure we got all of the second data take. What we'd like for you to do is change the batteries out and do step 1 again, and we'll let it run overnight, and we'll take another data tape in the morning post wake up.
Which one was that for now, the PRM or the HRM?
That's the PRM ops. Do section 1 tonight, and then we'll close it out with the data take tomorrow morning, step 2.
Roger, we've got that.
And Challenger, for your information, we'll be going no voice record here at Santiago.
Roger, and be advised we're going to turn the UHF off tonight, so we're not bothered by the transmissions over Asia.
Roger, we copy, and we've got about 4 minutes left in this pass, and after this we'll leave you alone and let you get to sleep.
Wonderful.
One last switch, I hope, is down on MO10W. I'd like you to put the 14.7 cabin reg inlet system 2 to close.
Okay. Did you get that? Okay. It was a 14.7 system 2 inlet reg to close, right?
Yeah, 14.7 cabin reg inlet system 2 to close.
Sure.
Challenger Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS. The Amber team will be waking you up in the morning, and the Crystal team will be back on for the EVA tomorrow.
Look for you then. Good night.
Roger, good night.
Thanks a bunch.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Santiago for the final pass of the evening. Crew now goes into an 11-hour sleep period, including pre-sleep preparations. And starting tomorrow, the 2 mission specialists will go into their EVA prep cycle and go out into the payload bay. Again, if there are any live newsmen or awake newsmen, news persons, news people out there, speak now or forever hold your peace. If you want a midnight or 1 a.m. press conference with the off-going flight director, Hal Drawn. Day 2, 9 hours, 59 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. Including pre-sleep preparations. And starting tomorrow, the 2 mission specialists will go into their EVA prep cycle and go out into the payload bay. Again, if there are any live newsmen or awake newsmen, news persons, news people out there, speak now or forever hold your peace. If you want a midnight or 1 a.m. press conference with the off-going flight director, Hal Drawn. Day 2, 9 hours, 59 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston.
Hi there.
Right, sorry to bother you. We're seeing a high flow in PCS System 2. We're wondering if you opened up the cabin reg again.
How'd you guess?
Sleep tight.
Mission Control, Houston. One final exchange there between the spacecraft communicator Guy Gardner and the crew aboard Challenger. It seems that the ECOM here in Mission Control noticed a higher flow rate on telemetry and oxygen into the cabin. And like Big Brother was watching, it turns out the crew had turned the regulator on to boost the flow rate a little higher. Finishing up their day's activity and settling in for 11 hours of sleep. And this is the third and final call for any live or awake newsmen who want a change of shift press conference. Going once, twice, gone. No press conference. This is Mission Control, Houston. 2 days, 10 hours, 10 minutes.
This is Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 11 hours, 31 and a half minutes. Challenger now passing over the ground station at Santiago, Chile on its 41st orbit of the Earth, and downlink data continues to affirm that onboard systems are performing nominally. Crew is just over an hour into its sleep period. And about a minute remaining in this pass, and the mission control team here assuring Flight Director Randy Stone that everything's nominal aboard Challenger. This is Shuttle Mission Control. This is Shuttle Mission Control. 2 days, 12 hours, 24 minutes. Challenger now passing over the tracking station at Guam, giving the flight control team the opportunity to look at some downlink data. Systems checks reveal nominal performance on Challenger. Vehicle's on its 41st orbit of the Earth. And just slightly more than 6 hours remaining in the sleep period. This is Shuttle Mission Control.
Challenger, Houston, how do you read? Challenger, Houston. Challenger, Houston. Challenger, Houston. Challenger, Houston, in the blind. Request fast feed line heater B supply to 1.
Hello, Houston.
Challenger, Houston, we would like for you to get your fast feed line heater B supply to 1. We have an apparent failure in the number 2.
Yeah, I saw that a while ago. It seems to me we'd switched away from 1 month before, Dick. I figured it was important enough to give us a call.
That's a firm. We switched originally because 1 was maintaining a little high, but with 2 failing, we do want to go back to 1.
This Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 13 hours, 9 minutes. That call to Challenger initiated at Santiago because data indicated a failure of a heater which warms the feed line to the flash evaporator system. Planning team ECOM Jerry Flieger reported to the flight director, Randy Stone, that the downlink data indicated temperature dropping to an extent which caused concern sufficient to warrant waking the crew and instructing them to transfer that heater or switch from heater number 2, which was apparently failed, to heater number 1. Mission Commander Paul Weitz acknowledged that call and made the switch, and we'll look forward to acquisition of signal at Dakar in about 7 minutes to look again at the data and affirm that the heater change was affected and see how the new temperatures look. At Mission Elapsed Time, 2 days, 13 hours, 11 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time is 2 days, 13 hours, 25 minutes. Challenger's now over Dakar. Downlink data coming from Challenger indicates all systems are performing nominally. The problem Shuttle Mission Control at 2 days, 16 hours, 46 minutes. Challenger just overflew the ground station at Dakar and got a clean bill of health from all flight controllers based on the downlink telemetry data. About 2 hours remaining in the crew sleep period at 2 days, 16 hours, 47 minutes. This is Shuttle Mission Control. This is Shuttle Mission Control at 2 days, 17 hours, 47 minutes. Challenger on its 45th orbit of the Earth. About 8 minutes away from acquisition of signal through the Bermuda station, which will be the first time in about an hour since we've been in contact with the vehicle and have had an opportunity to look at the downlink data. About 52 minutes remaining in the sleep period, and the mission control team will also be looking to see if any of the crew are up and around, and if any of the indicators on board the vehicle suggest that maybe somebody has turned on CRTs or activated the galley or done any of the other housekeeping activities associated with getting ready for the day. So we'll look forward to that kind of advisory when we establish contact with Challenger in about 7 minutes. This is Shuttle Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 18 hours, 3 minutes. We've completed that pass over Bermuda. Mission Control team has looked at the data, and all stations report normal operations. On board Challenger, no indications that the crew is awake or active at this point. 36 minutes remaining in the sleep period. This is Shuttle Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 18 hours, 49 minutes. We expect the wake-up call to go up to Challenger in a few minutes as the vehicle goes over Arroyo. The sleep period expired a short while ago, but no wake-up call went up because Challenger was configured only for S-band transmission, and there was no S-band capability over the Yargity tracking station. So Arroyo will be our first opportunity to talk to Challenger in S-band. At least some of the crew members appear to be awake. There were indications earlier during the Indian Ocean pass that there was some activity in the voice containment facility on board, so at least one of the crew members was up. And we'll have a signal through Arroyo shortly, and we'll expect the wake-up call for today's activities. Mission lapse time, 2 days, 18 hours, 50 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston.
Good morning, F Troop. Hope the commander appreciated that song. Challenger Houston, we're about 40 seconds to LOS here at Aurora, and we'll be with you next at Mila at 1927.
This is Mission Control Houston. No downlink voice from Challenger during that pass, but the ECOM advises that his data shows the food warmers turned on, that there's some activity on the cathode ray tubes on board Challenger, and that the voice management facility is being used on board, so the crew is clearly up and around. I expect voice contact through Mylar Station in about 30 minutes. Mission lapse time, 2 days, 18 hours, 58 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Shuttle Mission Control. We're about 25 minutes away from acquisition of signal on orbit number 46. The wake-up call this morning was the theme from F Troop, a former TV program. The significance of that being referring to this crew as the F crew. For the purposes of training documents, the crews have been listed alphabetically. A crew was the STS-1 crew, John Young, Bob Crippen. B crew was the STS-2 crew, Dick Truly and Joe Engel. Of course, now we're up to STS-6. This is the F crew, and in a jocular vein, they refer to themselves not as the F crew, but the F troop. And accordingly, the significance of this morning's wake-up call. Mission elapsed time, 2 days, 19 hours, 4 minutes. This is Shuttle Mission Control.
Challenger Houston with you through Mila and Bermuda for about 11 minutes.
Okay, Dick.
And Challenger Houston, I have a few notes to read to you to go along with your teleprinter messages this morning when y'all are ready to copy.
I'll try to get you somebody. Go ahead, Dick.
Okay, the first one is relative to our PCS configuration. Prior to your EVA, we want to reestablish a nominal type system and put it in automatic control. And we would like for you to do that using Orbit Ops Checklist page 5-6 with System 2. And just some notes that you'll still get the high N2O2 flow and DPDT messages that occur nominally during airlock repress.
Okay.
And y'all can go ahead at your convenience to reconfigure to that automatic control.
Okay.
Okay, the second message is relative to the Star Tracker self-test associated with the IMU alignment at 2110. On that, we want to just add the note that we would like for you to do the Star Tracker self-test in the align attitude, and you do not have to be over a site to do that self-test. Just do it on your own. We'll evaluate the data post-flight.
Okay.
Okay, the third note is for the water supply dump on page 458 of the CAP at 2150. We want you to dump the B tank to 30%, and that should take about 48 minutes.
Okay.
And I've got one other item as story, and it's relative to PRM ops, and we just wanted to get a verification that data take 2 on the PRM ops was completed, and we'd also like to get the start time of the PRM ops and the pre-sleep activity.
The second part of that was not done last night, Dick, the PRM ops. We're going to do that this morning, right?
That's affirmative, and that was just a reminder to y'all to get that data take.
Okay, and that's PJ. PRM is completed, Dick.
Okay, we copy story, and when y'all get a chance, we would like to know the start time, MET start time of that data take, or of that step 1 for that action.
He'll get it to you.
Okay, we copy, and we're about 30 seconds to LOS here at Bermuda. We are without data at this time. We should have it back when we get to Dakar, and we'll be with you at Dakar at 1943.
Okay, and I'm working on page 2-2 of the EVA airline crew prep.
Okay, we copy, and we'll stay with you. Challenger Houston with you through Dakar for 6 minutes.
Roger, Houston. Okay, you ready for some times on the PRM last night, Dick?
That's affirmative, and be advised that we're still negative data and probably won't have any data on this Dakar pass.
Okay, we'll try to manage. PRM was, step 1 was at 2 days, 10 hours even. Step 3 was at 2 days, 19 hours, 36 minutes.
Okay, we copy that, and with the completion of PRM ops, I have a note for you from the RME team. They want to thank all the crew for their outstanding performance during all of the PRM and HRM3 ops.
Well, I guess if all the procedures were as simple and the instructions written as clearly, everything would be a piece of cake. And what in heaven's name kind of weather are they having out around El Paso?
Well, it's the 100-year weather, I guess. Supposedly they got 10 inches of snow in El Paso yesterday. We've heard that report, and of course the weather is staying bad at Northrop all through today.
It's not supposed to happen in April. It's not snowing in Houston yet, is it?
Not yet, but it's not very much like winter, or rather spring out there either.
You might take, if you would, pass back down the line, Dick. I'm truly impressed with the way this vehicle's performed, and I think it's a real tribute to how much we've learned in the previous flights, and that Rockwell's learning how to build them, and KSC's learning how to test them and launch them, and we're learning how to operate them.
Yeah, we couldn't agree more, PJ. Those of us here on the planning shift have certainly benefited from the Challenger's performance so far.
Yeah, as have we all.
This is Shuttle Mission Control at 2 days, 19 hours, 47 minutes. The mock mission operations computer here in Building 30 is temporarily down, and the team is not receiving data. Accordingly, the Challenger crew is reading down times of activities for recording by hand. With the mock down, the plot board presently is not working nor updating the Challenger's position, and there is no capability to record downlink data from the vehicle. Ground control officer expects the computer will be back online momentarily. This is Shuttle Mission Control.
Challenger, we're 30 seconds till LOS here at Dakar. We'll be with you next at Indian Ocean at about 20:02, and we're still without data.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Mission Control, the mock, the mission operations computer in Building 30 is back online, and the control team's in the process of restoring its data displays, and the data absent from the 2 passes missed, those being Bermuda and Dakar, is not lost. The data was recorded at those stations and will be played back to the control center as soon as there's the opportunity to do so after these displays have been restored. I have contact with the Indian Ocean Station in a few more minutes. Mission elapsed time 2 days, 19 hours, 55 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger Houston with you through Indian Ocean for 7.5 minutes, and we have data again.
Roger that, Houston. We're getting the cabin all cleaned out and getting PJ starting on the in-flight readiness procedure. Okay, he's starting, yeah, he's just checking it out, and we're setting up for EVA prep.
Okay, we understand all that.
Dick, what time is it in Houston, Joe?
Now it's a little after 8:30 in the morning.
Okay. Houston, are you still there?
That's affirmative. We're with you for another 4 minutes here through Indian Ocean.
Houston, Challenger.
Challenger Houston, go ahead.
Okay, Dick, I've been looking over that procedure and also scouting the territory for this 40-minute job to clean the DEU and DEU filters. From what I can see on inspection, they certainly need it, and I can, by looking through the holes in panels L8 and R9, I can see one or two of the filters, and they have that same blue lint, you know, that stuff that was on the CFAs on STS-6 all over them. And I think they probably do need cleaning. It's my intent, and verify this with the IFM guys, I think I can get the forward DDU filters with a crevice tool through the holes in that closeout panel without taking those 36 screws out. And I may not get it all out, but I think that we can probably get it satisfactory. I'll see how it turns out. But I'll try almost anything to keep from taking out 36 screws and bending that panel.
Challenger Houston, we copied that, and we agree with your recommendation of trying to clean them as well as you can through the hole. We would like to know if you can see any of the filter screen through those holes.
Yeah, I think I can. Forward, it looks like it's just a mesh. Like he's left one edge of the black box that's a DDU open, and just put a wire mesh over it. That's the filter, right?
That's affirmative. And my question to clarify that was whether or not you could actually see any of the filters, the mesh structure, or if it was totally covered with the lint.
Oh no, I can see the screen through it, Dick. It's not totally covered. I would guess that, and the forward ones look far worse than the ones back here. Probably they might get more airflow up there, but I'd say they're probably on the order of 60% coverage, and the other ones back here in the access holes are probably 30 to 40% covered with that lint.
Okay, we copy that. Challenger Houston, we're about 30 seconds to LOS, and PJ, relative to the cleaning there, we would like for you to just go ahead and clean them as best you feel you can without removing the closeout panels. We feel that probably will be adequate to get us by to the end of mission.
Roger, I copy and I'll pass it along.
We'll be with you next at Yargity at 2018.
Roger.
Shuttle Mission Control at 2 days, 20 hours, 11 minutes. We've had loss of signal through Indian Ocean Station. We'll reacquire again in about 7 minutes, having voice only through Yargity. that discussion pertained to filters on the DEU system. The DEU is the display electronics unit, and it has cooling air directed around it to prevent overheating. And filters are installed in that cooling system in order to keep contaminants out of the unit. Those filters have been the cause of concern, in as much as no one wants them clogged with debris. So the crew took a look at it, determined that there was still some mesh or some of the filter material visible, and flight control team determines that the cleaning isn't that critical at this juncture. Mission elapsed time 2 days, 20 hours, 12 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston.
Challenger Houston with you through Yargady for 8 minutes. Go ahead, Challenger.
Yeah, I assume that there's no time constraint to getting on the EVA. If we just plug thoroughly and methodically through the checklist and get ready to go out early, I'm assuming that you guys will be amenable to giving us a go to do that.
PJ, the only constraint we could see right now would be site coverage and making sure we didn't have a long LOS at wrong time. So we'd like to at least be able to plan around that.
Okay.
Challenger, were you calling?
Negative.
Challenger Houston, we're 30 seconds to a short LOS between Yargady and Aurora, and we'll have about a 3-minute pass at Aurora after that.
Okay, right safe.
Shuttle Mission Control will pick up signal again at Arroyo, and momentarily EVA Systems Officer Terry Neal has reported to the flight director that the crew appears to be well ahead of schedule. As expected, they're moving along on the EVA preps more gingerly than the timeline allowed for. They appear to be about an hour ahead of schedule. If they maintain that pace, the EVA would probably occur 1 hour ahead of time, as it is timelined, which would put the Challenger over Mylar, the ground station there, and give us the opportunity to have downlink TV at the crew egress point. That again is pretty much later in the day, so.
Challenger Houston, back with you through Aurora for 3 minutes. Okay, and PJ, I've got some words for you relative to pressing on with the EVA activities.
And I'll relay.
Okay, looking at the site coverage, it appears that if y'all can go about an hour earlier, that we would have good TV coverage of the airlock egress. And if y'all want to shoot for that as a goal, press on.
Okay, we'll pull it along, and if we get ready to pre-breathe an hour early, we'll go ahead and do so and let you know.
Okay, sounds like a good plan. Challenger, we're 30 seconds to LOS. This will be a long one. We'll be with you next at Mila at 2102.
Mila 2102.
The shuttle mission control will be about 30 minutes before we establish contact with Challenger again through the ground station at Mylar. Flight Director Harold Drawn and members of his Crystal Flight Control team have begun to arrive in the Mission Control Center and are now beginning to tag up and prepare for handover. Mission elapsed time, 2 days, 20 hours, 31 minutes. This is Shuttle Mission Control. Shuttle Mission Control, 2 days, 21 hours, 2 minutes. Voice contact momentarily through my line.
Challenger Houston with you through Milan, Bermuda for 12 minutes.
Houston. Hey, Dick, I'd like to talk about a couple things for tomorrow while you planners are still on there.
Okay, we're ready to listen.
Well, basically, I would still like to. Obviously, we'd be glad to do anything that is beneficial to the space program, as I'm sure you're aware. However, we have got some things in our schedule we would like to get done. And one of them is I would like to make a pretty good photographic survey of the windows on the vehicle so that we can tell, hopefully, if we can see any difference between what's on there now and what we get after we land. And to think of a little bit what that may necessitate, I think I can get them best by backlighting or having the sun shining through it without shafting into the camera. And that may necessitate a little yaw out of the ZLV to get good window coverage. It probably won't, but it might. I'd just like you to think about it tonight when you guys are working and see what you think of that, if we got enough gas to do that tomorrow. And also we got some other documentaries, photo documentary stuff inside the vehicle we'd like to get done.
Okay, we copy that, and we'll look at it and have answers for you.
Okay. An interesting thing on the, it's hard to tell on these triple pane windows. Let me call my manufacturing expert, Colonel Bobko, in a minute. Okay, we agree, right or wrong, we're going down together. On the inside of the outer pane, on all the windows, on the lower part, it almost looks like there's little spots of frost starting to form on them down there, and I don't remember people talking about that before.
Okay, we understand what you're saying, and we'll see if we can find out anything from previous experiences for you.
Yeah, that's right. It's just general interest. I'm saying, that's one of the things I'd like to get, because I'm sure that ain't going to survive. There also is some stuff that looks like on the aft window and the payload bay window on the port side. It looks like there may be some frost or some sort of material on the inside of the outer pane there, too. And it's not on the one on the starboard side.
Okay, we copy. And PJ, we can go ahead and tell you that there's no problem in yawing out of the ZLV if you need to take those pictures.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. We'll let you know we're going to do it.
Roger. And I have a couple of things for you. One, if someone is near panel A7, we'd like to get the MAD strain gauge back on.
Okay, read the switch nomenclature, Bo will get it.
Okay, on panel A7, the MADS strain gauge to on.
Okay, that's the one that's now at PCM enable is going on.
Roger. And Challenger, if there's someone that can copy, we have a nozzle opportunity pad to give you for next rev.
Stand by. Well, we'll get it in a minute. Go ahead.
Okay, the type of activity is very active thunderstorms over Louisiana and Mississippi. There are tornado watches in the area, and this is the same area as yesterday. We'll be looking at a best opportunity is on orbit number 48.
Hey, Dick?
Yes.
Are you there, Houston?
That's affirmative.
Give me a quick short count, Richard, will you please?
Roger. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, we have got a very loud buzz on UHF, and the S-band strength has dropped down to about strength 2 at best.
Okay, we were in a handover there to Bermuda, so that might have been what caught you.
No, it's still there, but let me take Bo off UHF and go ahead and read your nozzle dome. Go ahead.
Okay, first, did you copy the type of activity that I read?
You dropped out.
Okay, the data start MET is day 2/22:34:00, latitude 31 north, longitude 906 west through 80 west. Day, speed 1/1000, F-16.
Okay, that's thunderstorms along the Louisiana coast.
That's affirmative.
Okay, we'll try to get it. Dick, you expect to get the data at the car? You want us to do the self-test when we get you at the car?
We do not require site coverage for the self-test. You can do that at your convenience.
Okay.
And that we do want you to be at the IMU align attitude prior to doing that self-test.
Yeah, I understand.
And PJ, we'd be interested in knowing if the UHF noise that you're hearing is the same as you had yesterday.
Yeah, it's different in character now than it was when I reported it a minute or two ago. The intensity has dropped off. The pitch has gone up a little, and the frequency's gone up a little. I think it's a little lower than it was yesterday. Interestingly, when I'm listening to you on S-band only, you're about strength 2, and when I bring in the UHF, the noise comes in, and you go up to about strength 3.
Okay, we copied that. Challenger Houston, have another switch configuration on panel R1. If someone can get to it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we want to take the Cryo O2 and H2 tank 3 heaters, Alpha and Bravo, to auto, and that's all 4 switches.
Okay, that's complete, Dick.
Okay, thank you.
Dick, are we going to burn out those tank 3s first?
Stand by and I'll get that for you.
Just curious. I thought the plan was to use those up first and then just save tanks, that's 1 and 2, but we seem to be keeping them pretty even.
Challenger Houston, check your maneuver. It looks like the maneuver did not initiate correctly for right attitude.
Okay, Dick, according to universal pointing, the required attitude is 253.2, 161.9, and 332.3, and that's what we read out of the cap. Do you want me to stop the maneuver?
Negative.
That's in 5, 6, and 7. It also transferred into the lower right-hand portion, so it looks like it's in there correctly.
Okay, we might have a TM problem here, so press on with your maneuver, and we're going to go LOS here in about 10 seconds. We'll be with you again at Dakar at 21:18.
Okay, just give me a warm feeling that the attitude in the cap is correct, because that's where we're going.
It is correct.
Okay.
This shuttle mission control will be in contact with Challenger again in 2.5 minutes through Dakar. Some disagreement over the vehicle's attitude and Capcom Dick Covey surmises that it may be a TM or a telemetry problem, and that the data we're looking at here in the Mission Control Center may not be completely reliable, since universal pointing indicates to the crew on board that the vehicle attitude is consistent with what's called for in the crew activity plan. Mission elapsed time now 2 days, 21 hours, 16 minutes. This is Shuttle Mission Control.
Challenger Houston with you through Dakar for 7 minutes.
Roger.
And PJ, I have a question. Interested in knowing if you were still up on UHF as we went LOS at Bermuda, and if you did, whether or not you noticed a change in the noise level.
Yeah, there was a yes to both questions, Dick. That did diminish. As a matter of fact, it went away toward the end of the pass there.
Okay, we had switched UHF transmitters at Bermuda, so we might have found the source of the problem.
Okay. Okay, marks are in Houston. You want to look at the data?
Roger, we're looking at it now. And PJ, we've got all the data we need on the IMUs.
Okay, we'll go ahead and torque them.
And Challenger, if there's someone who could give us a status of where you are in EVA preps, we'd appreciate it just so we could follow along a little bit.
Yeah, I understand. MS2 has his cooled garment on and all his biomed instrumentation. No, MS1 is the same way.
Okay, we copy.
And Houston, I didn't get the self-test in yet. When the torquing is done, which it looks like it is now, go ahead and do it.
Roger, we concur.
Okay, we got our standard response. Everything looks good up to the end, and we get a pass on Y and a fail on Z.
Roger, we copy.
Fail going back to ZLV.
Roger. Challenger Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS. Be with you at Indian Ocean at 21:38.
Roger.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 21 hours, 25 minutes. Mission elapsed time. Challenger passing out of range of the tracking station at Dakar on orbit 47. Be reacquiring in about 12 minutes over Indian Ocean Station. Report from the crew is that they're currently on the revised timeline and preparations for the EVA. Mission specialists Peterson and Musgrave being in the airlock and hooking up their bioinstrumentation.
Houston, contact, several contact.
Mission Control Houston, standing by for acquisition through Indian Ocean Station.
Challenger Houston, with you through Indian Ocean for 6 minutes.
Roger, Houston.
And Bo, I have an explanation for you on the cryo set 3.
Go ahead. And I'm listening.
Okay, first I'd just like to pass on that we are expecting the biomed check at this site. And then relative to the cryo tanks, the reason we had you turn the heaters on for set 3 was that we wanted to get higher control pressures for the post-EVA EMU recharge. And after that, we'll have you take the heaters back off with the overall goal of having all 3 cryo sets equal at end of mission.
Okay. And
We tried to set up our slider map this morning, and it just doesn't seem to work out. Well, you know, it's been working before. We put in the 119.9 west and the time of 1919 for the ascending node, and that doesn't seem to match. We are.
Okay, we copy and let us look at that.
Hey, and I'll go down and see if we can get those guys on the biomed.
Thank you.
Houston, we should be set up for the EVA comm. Should be getting to you with the biomed in just a second.
Roger.
And we prefer not to change out the lyo canister right now since there's a lot going on right in front of the hatch there.
Roger, we copy and that's no problem.
Okay, we'll put that off probably until the guys start to free breathe or something. Houston, Sully and Don are plugged in, so you should be getting biomed.
Okay, we're still looking. Challenger Houston, we have good biomed on EV1 and 2. And if you want to reconfigure your UHF so we have good UHF at Yargady, you can go ahead and do that. We'll be at Yargady at 21:53, and we'll be handing over to the orbit team by then. The planning shift would like to wish you the best on your EVA and to tell you that it's been a pleasure to execute with you this morning. We'll execute with you anytime.
Thank you very much, Dick.
Mission Control, Houston, 2 days, 21 hours, 45 minutes, mission elapsed time. Challenger has passed out of range of the tracking station at Indian Ocean. Crew is currently on the timeline for their EVA preparations. During this last pass, they were configuring their switches to check out the biomedical attachments that the mission specialist will wear during the EVA. The change of shift press conference with off-going flight director Randy Stone is scheduled to begin about 11 a.m. Central Time this morning. We understand that should take place approximately on schedule as planned. 2 days, 21 hours, 46 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, 2 days, 21 hours, 50 minutes, mission elapsed time. We're about 3 minutes away from reacquiring communication with the Challenger over the Yargady station. Currently on orbit number 47. Crew is in their pre-EVA activities, preparing the equipment in the airlock according to the standard timeline. It appears that the activities are running very close to the pre-flight published timeline. That timeline, as updated slightly on the planning shift last night, is very similar to the activities as in the published cap, and we appear to be very close to that at this time. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Good morning, Challenger. You got the Crystal team with you here to Yargady for 8 minutes. And Challenger, if you've reconfigured, you got the Crystal team here with you for about 4.5 more minutes at Yargady. And Challenger, if you read us, we'll see over Aurora in about a minute and a half.
Mission Control, Houston, 2 days, 22 hours, 2 minutes, mission elapsed time. We have a brief gap here as we go between the stations of Yargady and Auroral in Australia. Just be a very brief pass as we go over the Auroral station, perhaps not enough for any significant communication. If there's any attempted, that's coming up in about a minute. Then it'll be some time before we reacquire over continental United States, possibly a brief glimpse on the edge of Hawaii's range, but probably about 25 or 30 minutes before we actually can pick them up over the continental United States. Crew appears to be pretty much on the timeline on the published crew activity plan for their EVA activities. Mission specialists Musgrave and Peterson are preparing the airlock and their equipment at the present time. Probably about an hour away from pre-breathe start.
And Challenger, we got the Crystal team with you here at Auroral for about a minute.
Did you read you loud and clear?
Read you the same, Bo.
Story has his trousers on, and Don has the helmets defogged.
Copy. Okay, we're going to lose you here in about 10 seconds, and we'll see you up at Buckhorn at 2230.
Roger, we'll see you in about 25 minutes.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 22 hours, 13 minutes mission elapsed time. Orbiter Challenger is out over the South Pacific at the present time on the last of orbit 47. Be reacquiring in about 17 minutes over the continental United States. Mission specialists Story Musgrave and Don Peterson are currently in the process of preparing their spacesuits and getting into those. It's quite a long and complex process. It takes about an hour to set up all the pieces of gear and hook them together, get in those and run the checks that are appropriate. Crew is pretty much on the scheduled timeline apparently, and it's about an hour before they would be scheduled to go into their pre-breathe period. We should get some indication of where they are once we pass over the U.S. The press conference for the off-going flight director, Randy Stone, will occur at approximately 11:15 Central Standard Time. At 2 days, 22 hours, 14 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 22 hours, 26 minutes, mission elapsed time. We're about 4.5 minutes away from picking up communication with a Challenger over the continental United States. Just a reminder that the change of shift press conference with off-going Amber Team Flight Director Randy Stone will take place at about 11:15 a.m. Central Time. This is Mission Control. Mission Control Houston, standing by for acquisition of signal through the continental United States.
Hello, Challenger. We're with you over Buckhorn for about 6 minutes.
Hi there.
Hello.
What the hell is going on?
And say that again, please.
The helmets are going on.
Okay.
Mission Control Houston, Mission Specialist Musgrave reporting they were putting on their helmets. EVA position reports that that both helmets are on at the present time, and they'll be doing a leak check on those and then a purge, and that they are now about 15 minutes away from the start of pre-breathe activities. That's a 3.5 hour
And Challenger, back on
pre-breathe.
A7, could you put the TV control into command position? And we got some good TV down here.
Roger, Houston. You can see it up now. Houston, Challenger.
Go ahead, sir.
John, you might have somebody troubleshoot something. I got panel R10 set up to record on the VTR, I think. Coming out of the MS station, the CCU power is on. It's plugged into the VTR. I got the audio mode to hot mic. But anytime I turn on the ICOM, we get what amounts to the same tone as an alert tone, constant tone.
Okay, we'll work on it.
Okay, and that's on both ICOM A and B. Okay, we apologize for overdumping the water. 3 guys were involved in EVA prep and the CDR was otherwise occupied.
Okay, there's no real problem there. We'll excuse you this time. And PJ, if you would, check on R10 and make sure the MS audio is in PTT/PTT, and on R11 it should be in hot.
So I was Fox. Okay, PTT, and say again R11?
The VTR to hot.
Okay, John, that fixed it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We're going to lose you here. We're going to go through a short QLC at Milo.
Mission Control, Houston. That recent TV pass, you could see the 2 mission specialist astronauts in their spacesuits, helmets closed.
Okay, we're back with you at Milo for about 12 more minutes. Got a good TV picture again.
It's a good scene if you're a bunch man, I guess, or a girl, as the case may be.
Copy.
I'm plugged into the PLTs. I hear Dawn and Story loud and clear.
That's good. And Challenger, we here on the ground are ready to support your EVA comm configuration anytime you want to do it. Would recommend waiting to the car if it's okay with you.
Okay, John. There's a lot of talk during the checkout, and I can't understand you sometimes.
Mission Control, we see the astronauts going through their checkout at the present time. Musgrave is the one with the red band around his the leg of his spacesuit. There's another red marking on the life support system backpack. Pilot Carol Bobko assisting them in their checkout. A lot of systems to check over as they remain mounted to the wall of the airlock so that their life support systems are hooked up to the spacecraft for power, cooling. They do not have to diminish the power in their EMUs.
Houston, the leak checks were successful. We're about a minute and a half into the purge mode.
That sounds great, Bo.
This is Mission Control. Musgrave and Peterson about 10 minutes away from beginning their pre-breathe. At the present time, they announced they're partway through their helmet purge, suit purge. Mission Control, Houston, once they start that 3.5-hour pre-breathe, it's a fairly strict timeline. They will be washing the nitrogen out of their blood, so they do not experience any bends in the reduced pressure of the spacesuits. We should expect the EVA probably to begin probably close to 3 p.m. Central Time. We would be expecting the crew to egress through the hatch from the airlock into the payload bay at about that time. 2 days, 22 hours, 45 minutes. Mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Hello, Houston, Challenger, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'll be with you for about 3.5 more minutes. We'd like for you to configure after LOS here at Bermuda for the air-to-ground checks over to car.
Well, we're ready now, are you?
Okay, we're ready. You'll have to reconfigure, and don't forget the power switch on AW18 Delta.
You reading me all right? Loud and clear now? Yeah. I'm not hearing PJ at all. Because I'm not talking to you. EMU-1 is checked in mode A and EMU-2 in mode Bravo. Verified. What's the phone? Okay, give him a call. Houston MS-1.
And I'm reading you loud and clear, Story. How many?
Fantastic. Houston EV2, how do you read?
You're loud and clear also, Don.
Good, you too. Want us to switch modes now, A and B? Houston, you ready for us to switch modes?
Okay, we got a minute and a half. Go ahead and switch modes, and we'll check that way.
MS-1 on B.
I'm reading your Story, but you're down in the mud.
Okay.
That's a lot better. That's a lot better.
Give another call, Story. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, I'm reading you loud and clear now.
And Houston EV2 on Alpha. How do you read?
I'm reading you 5 by 5, Don.
You're good also. I think what happens is it takes them a while to warm up when you switch modes. It does.
Yeah, we concur with that. We got 40 seconds to go.
Want to check on backup? We're going to backup, Houston.
We copy.
MS-1 in backup.
Loud and clear.
MS-2 in backup.
Loud and clear.
Okay, 1 will go back to A, and hold it, Story, hold it.
Okay, PJ, we're going to lose you in about 10 seconds. We'll see you over to car at 2253.
Okay, we weren't ready for backup. We'll get you there on backup.
Sounds good.
Mission Control, Houston, 2 days, 22 hours, 49 minutes. Just passed out of range of the tracking station at Bermuda. We're reacquiring about 3.5 minutes over Dakar. During that recent pass, we've got television coverage down from the spacecraft and the mission specialists Musgrave and Peterson in their suits, mounted to the walls of the airlock. They should be beginning their pre-breathe cycle in just a few minutes. During that last pass, we did a communications check with the communication as it occurs between the ground and the mission specialists in the suits. All 3 systems appear to be good in that check. We'll be hearing from them again in about 2.5 minutes over to car. This is Mission Control, Houston.
And Challenger, we're back with you over to car for about 9.5 minutes.
Roger, Houston, we started the pre-breathe at 22:53.
We copy 2253.
Just a few seconds ago. Houston, Story's suit Delta on the pressure check was 0 and Don's was about 0.1.
Okay, we copy.
PJ said that what you see now is a watchbird watching you. Sure. Say again, Houston?
Was he assuming we have TV or what?
Sorry, Houston, you were broken up. Say again, please.
Disregard, Bo. And CDR, Houston.
He's not on right now.
Okay, you might pass that. We think we got a good backup check, unless you guys want to do another one, but we would like to get another normal EVA check at Story on Alpha and Don on Bravo before we reconfigure.
Okay, stand by.
And before we do that, we got to get the UHF mode back to EVA.
We'll get that set right now. TJ's on his way upstairs to set that up.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to configure for EVA now.
Copy.
Okay, EV1, are you in mode alpha? Not yet, I'll go there. Okay, EV1 to mode alpha, please, and EV2 to Bravo. Okay, EV1 and alpha and EV2 and Bravo. That's affirmative. Okay, we'll give the ground a call in turn, will you please? Well, wait a minute, Story. I got Joe hardline.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 23 hours, 2 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger's passed out of range of the tracking station at Dakar. We're continuing to do communications checks through the space suits there with astronauts Musgrave and Peterson mounted in the airlock in their EMUs.
And Challenger, if you still read us, go ahead and reconfigure simplex. Challenger, we're coming to you over Botswana on 259 simplex for about 3 minutes. Challenger Houston with you over Botswana for about 2 more minutes on 259 UHF. Challenger, we got about 50 seconds to go here at Botswana. If we miss you, we'll see a Yargity at 2328. Challenger, Houston with you over Yargity for 7.5 minutes. Challenger, Houston with you, Yargity for 6 minutes. Challenger, Houston with you on 259 over Yargity for about 4 more minutes. Challenger, we're going to lose you here at the Yargity. We'll see you up at Hawaii at 23:54.
Mission Control Houston, standing by.
Challenger, Houston with you over Hawaii for 7.5 minutes.
Roger, Houston. He'll be up in a minute. He'll talk to you. Houston, is there any reason why you don't wish us to be on hardline for the EVA guys while we're pre-breeding?
Yes, sir. We'd like for you to be on comm mode hardline.
Okay, comm mode hardline.
And just complete those steps there at the bottom of 3-2, the audio back to audio tone on AW18 Delta, and reconfigure the UHF on 2-4.
Roger. Houston, Challenger.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm about an hour into my 40-minute procedure on the DEU screen. I got the forward DDU filters cleaned as best I could through the holes in the access cover, John, and I guess I got 80 to 90% of the lid off of it. The tough part was getting at the ones over here on the right-hand side to take out the 34 screws or however many.
We copy.
And we don't have the right tools to do that job. Let me make a couple suggestions. Is what you really need for that, because these screws are, they don't ever come out easy. They're like they got Loctite or you know, walking screws. I think what we really need, we got a speed wrench on board, but it won't fit the Phillips drivers. It's a 3/8 inch drive, and the Phillips is 1/4 inch. We have an adapter to go from 1/4 inch down to 3/8, but not the other way. A ratchet wrench would be nice, and we got one, but it's that big Ooga Hawk that doubles, it's all primarily a torque wrench, and it just is a lot of work to get that thing out.
We copy.
Also, in the right-hand side, to get at the panel that's over the DEUs, there's a cutout on the left-hand side to account for some trim around the hatchway, and that didn't fit right. We had to break out Bo's Swiss Army knife and do a little surgery on some fiberglass or whatever this combing material is made out of, and trim some of it off so we could get the panel off.
Okay, we copy that too.
And these screens are really dirty, and I'll take some pictures of them, bring them back. But it's primarily lint, but there's a lot of washers, screws. There's one sticky back snap, and assorted nuts, and what have you. So we'll get her cleaned off.
We copy. Sounds like you're giving a ship a clean sweep down fore and aft.
Now these Navy guys are, if we could only figure out what the fan tail was. John, we just got message number 27, the entry weather data, and it looks pretty good.
Thank you, sir. And PJ, sometime when you get a chance, we would like for you to configure the PCS system to System 2 automatic, and that's on page 5-6 in the orbit ops checklist.
Roger, I'll pass it along.
Approaching LOS here at Hawaii. We'll see you in 3 minutes over the mainland.
What was that?
Mission Control Houston, 3 days, 0 hours, 2 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger just passed out of range of the Hawaii tracking station. Commander Paul Weitz was discussing over the air-to-ground link there his efforts to clean out some of the air filters that protect the electronic equipment in the spacecraft. Reported quite a bit of debris, lint, washers, nuts and bolts, that sort of thing that apparently left over from the manufacturing process that get into those filters in a weightless environment. It will be taking some pictures of those filters and cleaning them off. Crew has about 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining in their scheduled pre-breathe period. And at that point then, they have a few little things to do before they would be prepared to step outside the airlock for the beginning of the spacewalk. 3 days, 0 hours, 3 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston.
And we're back with you over the mainland here, and we'll be with you for about 18 more minutes.
Okay, and we have setting up for nominal on-orbit configuration with System 2, is that correct?
That's affirmative.
Houston,
Go ahead.
okay, it looks like it just switched to the low mode, which makes a lot more noise. And of course, I rang the master alarm. Take it back. TJ says, looks like it's when it switched to N2 is when the alarm came on.
Okay, we copy.
Houston, Challenger.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple observations for the interest of the ECOPs. Whether they're interested or not, they're going to hear it. We were flowing O2, and it was making a fair amount of noise, but not a lot, and our flow here was indicating off-scale high. Then all of a sudden the noise changed, and it made a louder noise, and I looked at the flows, and O2 was going down, and the N2 was going up, and the controller valve was asking for N2, and then all of a sudden the N2 flow jumped off-scale high, at which time the noise diminished, and is nearly gone now. So apparently it just during the transition from O2 to N2, for some reason it was making more noise in there.
Copy. What's the N2 doing now?
Well, it's off the peg right now. It just, as you were asking, it came off the peg. It's at 4.4 and dropping.
Okay, we copy.
We indicate cabin press 14.7, PPO2 about. Depending on which sensor you want to use, A is consistently reading a little higher than DNC, as I'm sure they're aware. We're got about 3.25 PPO2.
Roger that. And Ecom thinks that's a normal cabin makeup.
Yeah. Houston, are you getting any TV down?
No, sir, we're not getting any TV right now.
You at my home?
We're not scheduling any over this pass.
Okay.
If you would, we'd like for you to make a round around the cabin there and make sure that all air-to-ground 2s are in receive only except for the teleprinter.
I'll look.
And the one that has a VTR connected to it, the air-to-ground 2 should be off.
That's mission station audio, and that's off. The only ones upstairs, except for the payload station, on and off on air-down 2.
Okay, you might also check AW18 Delta.
Okay.
And welcome to Flight Day 4.
Thank you. The lower deck ones were in TR. Sorry, they weren't received.
Copy.
Houston Challenger, are we just over the Gulf Coast now?
That's affirmative. You're right over Houston.
Okay, well, I'll start filming here. We're a little south. I couldn't get any last time because we were so busy with the EVA preps.
Copy. And we got a lot of people outside waving at you. And Challenger Houston, we're still getting a downlink indication that the teleprinter is running. We'd like for you to go through the teleprinter cue card and see if you can find something out of configuration.
Broco.
And Bo, if you would you go to where you have the TPR plugged in and cycle the power off and back on?
John, they had told us some time ago that when we were finished with the MLR, we probably could unplug one of the DC power sources from it. That's true. We'd like to be able to do that since we have MLR taking up 2 of our DC downstairs, and the food, there's a couple of others being taken up as well.
And you got to go to unplug the MLR.
Completely, or one of them?
Any one of them, the best one that fits your needs.
Okay, we'll unplug one.
And Bo, if you'd like to, you can also unplug the teleprinter and use that outlet.
Okay, well, we don't need it right now. It's just would be nice to have an extra DC utility power outlet down in the mid-deck.
We copy. And we'll try to remind you on the last day to replug that MLR.
Thank you. Okay, I just cycled the power off and then back on the TPR.
Copy.
It's doing a self-test or whatever right now.
And we got about 40 seconds to go here. We'll see you down at Dakar and Ascension for 10 minutes, and that'll start at 3-0.
Sure, 3-0. Houston, if you're still there, the teleprinter just stopped.
Yes, sir. We just noticed that. It's back to nominal, looks like.
Mission Control Houston, 3 days, 0 hours, 24 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger is passing out of range of the tracking station at Bermuda. Has a little trek over the Atlantic Ocean until it comes within range of the station at Ascension, and marginally the Dakar station as well. It'll be in about 6 minutes. Crew was troubleshooting teleprinter problem there. The indication was that the teleprinter was on. After checking switch configurations and cycling the power, that difficulty went away. Crew has about 2 hours remaining in their scheduled pre-breathe. At 3 days, 0 hours, 25 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, standing by for acquisition right over the edge of the Dakar tracking station and through Ascension.
Challenger, we're with you for about 9.5 minutes over Dakar and Ascension.
Roger, Houston. Gas relay activations 3 and 4, 1-5.
Thank you.
Mission Control, Houston. Crew reporting a moment ago that they activated the getaway special canister containing the snow experiment. The getaway special from the Asahi Shimbun, the large newspaper, daily newspaper in Tokyo, which sponsored the experiment to create snow on orbit inside the getaway special canister. Just mentioned that they have activated that one now. Still have about 6.5 minutes remaining in this pass over Ascension and Dakar. This is Mission Control.
He's not available, I'll take it.
Yeah, Bo, we've been scrounging around here looking at our tool manifest, and you should have an adapter in there that goes from 1/4 to 3/8, and also one from 3/8 to 1/4.
Okay, I'll look.
And one of those adapters should have been in the top tray, and one should have been in the bottom tray in the tool box there.
Look, I'm almost afraid to give it to him now after he's taken all of them out. Putting them back in.
Yeah, that's what we'd figured. We got a minute to LOS here. We'll see you at Botswana at 4-4.
Mission Control, Houston, 3 days, 0 hours, 41 minutes mission elapsed time. We have about a 3-minute gap here in communications between the Ascension Station and the one at Botswana in Southern Africa.
And Challenger, we're with you at Botswana for about 7.5 minutes on the UHF.
Read you loud and clear.
Got you the same.
We found it, John, and he still has enough so that he's very happy about it.
That's good. It's nothing like working on your vehicle with the wrong tools.
How much longer do you have on this test?
We got 6.5 minutes.
I unplugged the MLR from MO52J.
We copy.
Hey, Houston.
Yes, sir.
Okay, an update. On these DEUs and PDUs on the starboard side, John, I took off panels, whatever the two forward ones are. Between those two units in there, they were pretty dirty, dirtier than I thought. I did not take off panel R18, I guess it is, the aftmost, but I could reach in with the vacuum cleaner and go down along there. I could clean the entire top screen, and I got at least 90% of the stuff off the bottom screen.
We copy.
And that speed wrench is a real lifesaver. I'm glad Bo found that adapter. I was either going to come back with forearms like Popeye or else not be able to use them for a month.
We copy. Challenger, we got about a little less than a minute here at Botswana. We'll see you at Yargadi at 04.
Roger, Houston. Okay, the rewind button there. You have to take the...
Mission Control Houston, 3 days, 0 hours, 52 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger out of range of the station at Botswana. Be reacquiring in about 12 minutes over Yargadi.
Challenger, we're with you over Yargadi for 6.5 minutes. Challenger, Houston with you over to Yargadi for 5.5 minutes.
Houston, how do you read Challenger?
Okay, Bo, got you loud and clear now with 5 minutes left here at Yargadi.
Okay.
And Bo, Guy and I ran those ascending node times and things through our map, sliding map down here, and checked them with FIDO, and they look pretty good.
Okay, well, maybe we made a mistake.
We're going LOS here at Yargadi. We'll see you up at Guam at 1-8.
Roger.
Mission Control Houston, 3 days, 1 hour, 12 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger out of range of the Yargadi tracking station now. Be reacquiring in about 6.5 minutes over Guam. Crew has about an hour and 10 minutes remaining in their scheduled 3.5-hour pre-breathe. This is Mission Control Houston.
Challenger, Houston with you over Guam for a little less than 3 minutes.
Roger, Houston.
And PJ, if you would, check the cello printer for number 28. Let me know if you got it.
Okay, I'll go down and do that. He's busy still with the DDUs and DEUs. He's vacuumed them all, and he's putting the last couple of panels back on.
Okay, we got a couple of minutes. A little under a minute here at Guam, see over to Hawaii at 129er.
Roger, we've got the teleprinter message, and it's very readable.
Okay, I want to get a voice check with all 4 of you over Hawaii sometime. And you might mention to Story and Pete, we'd like want them to stay hard line and on the wall until after Milo.
Understand, hard line and on the wall till after Milo. We got you.
Mission Control Houston, 3 days, 1 hour, 23 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger out of range of the Guam station. Reacquiring about a little under 7 minutes over Hawaii. Mission Control Houston, 3 days, 1 hour, 29 minutes mission elapsed time. We're about to reacquire communication with the Challenger over Hawaii.
And Challenger, we're with you over Hawaii for 8 minutes.
Roger, Houston, loud and clear.
You sound loud and clear, Bo. When you get a chance sometime, let's get a voice check from the other 3 crewmen during this Hawaii pass.
81's loud and clear, John.
I'm reading you loud and clear, Story.
TV2, you're loud and clear.
Read you the same, Don.
I'll get PJ on the headset. He's still struggling with the panels. And I will just remain in this configuration till after mile.
Sounds good. Tell PJ we're working on a union card for him.
Hello, Houston.
Read you loud and clear, PJ.
Same here. I gotta go back to one last stubborn screw that won't go in. The last one in the whole batch.
Yeah, that's good news. It's always the last one. And we're a little under a minute here at Hawaii. We'll see you over Buckhorn at 139er.
Roger, at 139 in about 2 minutes.
That's firm.
Mission Control Houston, 3 days, 1 hour, 38 minutes mission elapsed time. Have a brief gap in communications here as the orbiter passes between range of the tracking stations at Hawaii and then reacquiring over continental United States, about a minute and a half. Mission specialists Musgrave and Peterson have about 45 minutes remaining in their pre-breathe activity. Shortly after they finish the pre-breathe activities, they can begin their preparations for the EVA and depressurizing the airlock, powering on the EMUs. Perhaps shortly we'll get an update on when they plan to begin that. 3 days, 1 hour, 39 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston.
Hello, Challenger. We're with you over Buckhorn for about 7.5 minutes.
Roger, Houston, read you loud and clear.
Houston, Challenger.
Go ahead, PJ.
Yeah, that DEU and DDU cleaning is complete. The closeouts have been replaced. It was a lot of hard work, but I really think it was necessary, and I'm glad we did it now. I gave an estimate yesterday that the screens I could see through the holes in panels L8 and R9 or L9 and R8 or whatever they are were about 40 or 50% covered, and actually it was closer to 90 to 95. So we really took a lot of stuff off of that.
Probably save us about a week in turnaround.
We're changing something out up here.
And PJ, TV capability does exist for Mila. It's your call if you want to use it.
Okay, all right. We're set up for it.
Mission Control Houston, we expect to have some television here coming up over the Mila Pass. Commander Paul White's going through his housekeeping duties there, cleaning the filters that strain particles, lint, whatever out of the air as it flows in to cool some of the electronic gear. It's an in-flight maintenance procedure to go in and vacuum off those screens which collect anything that happens to be floating through the air.
PJ, we got about a minute here at Buckhorn. We're going to go into a 1.5-minute gap, and I'll see you at Mila.
Okay.
Mission Control Houston, standing by for acquisition through Mila. Expect some TV on this pass.
Challenger, Houston with you over Mila for about 6.5 minutes.
Roger, Houston.
And you'll be pleased to know that President Reagan is standing by to say a few words to you. So without further ado, we're going to switch over to the White House and the communications staff up there.
Yes, Space? Hello?
White House, you're on. Go ahead.
Yes, how do you read us, Challenger? Oh, you're loud and clear. Okay, the President will be on just a little while here. I just wanted to give us a little voice check here. Could you give us another little quick test count? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, loud and clear on this end. Let me check our remote, please. Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, White House. Okay. How about now? Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, sir. It's a little scratchy, but it's quite workable. Okay. Let me check with a mole. How is the mole? Okay, you're standing by for President. Are you ready? Yes, sir. We're still hanging in there. Oh, all right. I was just about to call. Okay, stand by. Hello? What do I know when they're on? Go ahead, please. Yes, am I talking to the Space Shuttle, Challenger? Yes, sir, you certainly are. Well, listen, first of all, congratulations on the continued success of your mission. I understand you're even ahead of schedule. Well, we like to stay that way, Mr. President. Well, listen, the Challenger proves again the quality of our technology and the versatility of the Space Shuttle. Serves as a symbol, I think, of our commitment to maintain America's leadership in space. But all of it would be without any merit at all if it wasn't for men that we have, like all of you, Commander Weitz and your pilot, Carol Bobko, and your mission specialist, Story Musgrave, and Donald Peterson. And I know that while one of you has been out in space there in connection with the space platform, the others, this is your maiden voyage. Well, thank you, sir. We appreciate that. I know it's an old and well-used song, but, you know, we just get the glory. We really get to stand on the shoulders of giants when we participate in this program. Well, you're pretty close to giants yourselves. I know that I shouldn't keep you too long because you're kind of anxious to make that spacewalk out there. And we'll be all watching for that down here. And just please know that all of us, the American people, are very proud of your service to your country and what you're doing. And we wish you well on the continued flight and on the spacewalk. I can't say I envy you, but we are very proud of all of you. Good luck to you on the rest of your mission, and God bless you. Well, thank you very much, sir. It's an honor and a privilege to be here, and we very much appreciate your call. All right, goodbye. So long.
Okay, Challenger, we're back in Houston now. We got about 2.5 minutes to go.
Okay. Okay, just to update the clocks, Houston. We got 29 minutes till we got 3.5 hours of pre-breathe in.
We concur, and we're getting some good shots of the hatch there.
Okay.
We're a little under a minute here at Mila. We'll see you down at Ascension at 2:08.
Roger.
That's a great shot from camera Bravo.
Mission Control Houston, passing out of range of the tracking station at Mila right now. At communication with the White House over that pass. Again, checking out the cameras for the upcoming spacewalk. It's 3 days, 1 hour, and 56 minutes into the mission. Space Shuttle Challenger, orbit number 50. Crew has about 27 minutes remaining in their 3.5-hour pre-breathe period before they will then be ready to do the spacewalk. We'll reacquire again in about 12 minutes over Ascension Island. This is Mission Control, Houston. Control Houston, 3 days, 2 hours, 8 minutes mission elapsed time. Be reacquiring over Ascension Island here shortly. Crew has about 15 minutes remaining in the scheduled pre-breathe.
Okay, there you go. Crank away. You got them all? Want to push on the handle a little bit, I'll do the locking. Push on the handle just a little bit. There, we're locked. Now be sure, of course, that the equalization valves there are closed. Okay, equalization valve off and off. Thank you. We'll put the covers on even. No, you don't do that because we may need a rapid repress and that kind of business. They stay off. Yeah, the covers stay off. Okay? Okay? Want me to push you up a little bit, Don? I think I'm just about up against the ceiling. I can bend over and get a little higher, maybe. My backpack's up against the footrest now. I won't go much higher than that. Okay, that'll be fine, right like that. Okay. Now, I'm going to try to swing my legs up there. No, I'm good right here. I'm perfect right here for everything, Don. Okay. What are you going to do with that? Well, I'm going to stow it as soon as we get done using it. Okay. And how we doing approaching that 3:30 out there, guys? We show about 3 minutes and 10. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Yeah, we've got 2:11 now. Sorry, 2:18 now is past, so it's about 10 more minutes. Okay.
Challenger Houston's with you for about... We're with you for about 4 more minutes over Ascension. We will not have a Botswana pass with you.
Roger, Houston. Got the hatch closed, and we're waiting for a go for depress on time.
Sounds good, Bo.
Copy, we have a go for depress on time.
That's affirmative. You have a go. Might want to double check that seal if you didn't already.
We visually inspected it all around. I don't know what else to do.
Sounds good.
Mission Control Houston, communication there between the crew and the ground indicating that they are essentially ready.
And Don, we're in darkness now. Okay.
Essentially ready to depress the airlock in about 10 minutes. To accomplish that, they will take the pressure down part of the way, down to about 5 pounds, check for leaks, make sure that the suit integrity is good. And beyond that, after that
Don,
check...
I think you gave me one too many film. We need 3 for this activity. Okay. I always give you spare. Sometimes they don't work.
They will depress to vacuum.
And since we are supposed to film it, I'd like
sorry when he's towing out to stop out there when he's done so that I can change the film magazine and then set it up for Don going out. Okay. Okay, Doc. You won't have any trouble with that. You know how patient and understanding he is. DJ? Go ahead, what do you need? Any loss of comm, same as on a GCA, I will stop the depress. Yes, sir, you bet. If we lose comm during the depress, you hold for about 5 minutes if you're no problem. And if we don't reestablish comm, then you repress and come on in. Right.
And PJ, everything looks good to us. We'll see you at 2:51 at Guam. Good luck.
Good luck. Roger, Dodger.
This is Mission Control, Houston, 3 days, 2 hours, 15 minutes mission elapsed time. Astronauts Musgrave and Peterson in the airlock, preparing to depressurize the airlock partially. It's part of the procedure for going all the way to vacuum. We will not have voice communication during the upcoming pass over Botswana. That is a UHF-only station, and when the crew is is configured in the EVA communication mode, we would be unable to communicate with them during that particular pass. We will pick them up again over the Guam station in about 35 minutes, and by that time we will anticipate that they may have egressed the airlock, or at least depressurized, and will have begun their spacewalk. We'll be standing by to hear from them on that. At 3 days, 2 hours, 16 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, 3 days, 2 hours, 24 minutes mission elapsed time. The astronauts Musgrave and Peterson have completed their 3.5-hour pre-breathe time required, and according to the EVA preparation timeline, they now begin a 12-minute airlock depressurization cycle. During that period of time, the airlock is very slowly depressurized until it reaches 5 pounds. At that point, they close the airlock depressurization valves and do checks on the spacesuit to determine no leakage at 5 psi. They will wait at that once they have made that check before proceeding on with complete depressurization. The orbiter Challenger is currently over the Botswana site, although we are receiving no communication because of the special communication configuration on board the spacecraft. The communications are set up to be in the EVA mode, that is, so that they can speak with the ground during the spacewalk, and over UHF-only sites we're not able to receive any transmission from them. We'll be reacquiring, however, over Guam in about 25 minutes and checking on their progress at that time. 3 days, 2 hours, 26 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, 3 days, 2 hours, 50 minutes mission elapsed time. We'll be picking up communication with the orbiter again shortly in this pass over Guam.
Well, man, here we go. Good, doing fantastic. There you go. Now, the extra genie, right there. It's a left-hand turn. You'll be about by your left hand there. I see it. I got to pull over to it a little bit.
And Challenger, Houston's with you over Guam for about 7.5 minutes.
Roger, hatch is open. EV1 is halfway out. They're configuring the airlock, getting ready for Dawn to come out.
That's great news.
Good. I got it. Houston, you have a suggested setting for the DAC camera now in the sunlight? here through the little hatch window. Bravo.
Story? Yeah. Your SCU is hooked on the door here, Connie. You want me just to leave it there on the hatch?
That's the inner hatch. I think it's a fine place to leave it.
All right. I shall. Uh-oh. The gift card is loose, Story.
Which?
That one that we have in the airlock with us. I caught it, but I don't know what to do with it. That's why I wanted it on the tether.
Yeah, I think that's a rule. There is Velcro here over the outer hatch.
What am I going to do, Story?
Velcro in the inner hatch over there.
The Velcro, I'm afraid I'll kick it loose. I'm going to bend it double and stick it in one of the pockets in the bag.
You don't have to bend it if you stick it in the back pocket of the bag.
All right?
The back pocket.
Okay, I'll try that.
Get out there, I'll come down and help you load. Cover. Carefully by the CC cameras here. Yeah.
Mission Control, we hear that astronaut Story Musgrave is at least partway out of the airlock now. The hatch is open. This will be the first American spacewalk since 1974, Skylab 4, when Ed Gibson and Gerald Carr had an EVA on Skylab 4.
Well, Houston, I have the settings for that dot camera if you never got them. Okay, it's 12 frames per second. Speed is 1/60th, and the f-stop is 2.
Even in the sunlight, huh? Okay.
And Bo, if you've got the sunlight, you need to use the spot meter also.
Okay, Don's out of the hatch. Story's up to the starboard longeron. I looked up and saw him looking over my shoulder in here.
Copy that. PJ, would you ask him to give us a status before we leave Guam here? We got 2.5 minutes to go.
Okay.
You ready for ED2?
We're ready to copy.
ED2 is PGA press 4.3, O2 press 831, supplemental press 2.7, H2O gas pressure is 15.7, water pressure 16.2, O2 position is EVA, is 24 minutes. 93% power left. Time remaining is 5 plus 5-1. 97% O2. 93% power. Battery volts 18.6. CO2 0.9. H2O temp is 39 degrees. That's back to PGA Press.
We copy, Don. How about Story?
Just a second. Gotta shade that thing to read it. It's so bright out here. EVA? Yeah, 90 25 minutes. Second. 93% power left. Time left 533. At 93% power. 99% O2. 93% power left. Battery volts 19.1. 0.9. O2 temperature 40. Air pressure 4.3. Oxygen 439. Estimated pressure 2.7. Water pressure 16.2. Gas pressure 14.6.
And Story, tell me your O2 pressure again. We're going LOS. We'll see you Hawaii at 305. We need your O2 pressure again, Story, if you copy.
Drop 838.
Okay, we got a good copy that time.
Gotta cycle all the way through that to get back. The light is nowhere near brighter than this kind of condition. I've got it all the way up.
We copy.
Okay, it appears that both crewmen are out of the airlock at the present time. Should be hooking up to their slide wires. Musgrave, will be called EV1 on this spacewalk. Peterson EV2. Musgrave will be attaching to the starboard side slide wire. Peterson to the port side. During that last portion of the pass, the mission specialists were reading off the indications on their EMUs, battery power, remaining oxygen, the other parameters that must be monitored periodically through the EVA. One of the first things that will be happening here momentarily, Musgrave will be moving down the starboard side. During that period of time, as he goes all the way to the aft bulkhead, Peterson will be monitoring his motion, determining, watching the speed of the motion, how Musgrave is able to use the tethers, handholds, and the various other restraints. Crewmen will be evaluating their communications performance. We'll be checking out payload bay and EMU lighting, and we'll be evaluating potential work sites for possible contingency EVAs in the future. We'll be reacquiring again in about 4 minutes over Hawaii. Be getting some television approximately at that time. 3 days, 3 hours, 2 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. We're about to reacquire communication again over Hawaii.
Challenger Houston's with you over Hawaii for 7.5 minutes with a good picture.
Roger. You want to run them during the pass, or you want us to, John?
We'd like to have ground control, PJ, if you don't mind.
That suits me. Give me a break. Okay, John, we're going to start our ad transmission.
Okay, we're watching.
Story? Yeah. Close the door on my wrist other. Right, I can pop it open. I think I can reach it. Hold on. Let me go down and get it. Hey, just a minute. Houston, Charge, I'm going to go to that hold at 0309, John.
We copy that.
Copy that. One of my problems is, Story, I'm on such a short tether now that I can't. Let me get down below you and get it. I'm right down here.
Musgrave is the one with the red stripes on the legs and the side of the suit.
I'll head on down the aft.
And PJ, you're right by panel A1R, aren't you?
That's fine.
We got a pretty bad ring here, and we're wondering if you'd troubleshoot it for us by taking the UHF, the UHF air-to-air to the off position on A1R bottom row.
That's on.
Okay, how do you read me now?
You're loud and clear. Houston, you read Challenger?
Yes, sir, we read you. We still got the same echo. That's not the problem. Go back to air-to-air on the UHF.
Okay, that's complete. I'm doing the snap and the slide.
Crew members working near the toolbox.
And if you're logging them, PJ or Bo, I snapped about 4 flicks. No, we don't care. Yes, I'll keep on.
Peterson adjacent to the toolbox now, and Musgrave beginning to move down the starboard slide wire.
Well, I want to go to that hold now, so the next half of rev over there will be toward the sky.
Oh, thanks. We copy, PJ.
Oh, there's 3 more. Pictures. I get 3 more.
The starboard slide wire there attached to that projection in the payload bay. Musgrave back around the cradle that helped support the IUS TDRS combination when it was part of the cargo.
Yes, it's by the IUS primary end, so we of course can see it.
How's that compare to the water tank story?
Well, viscosity. Once you get it going, you can keep it going. That's a reach right there that I could make. Water tank that I can't make here.
Musgrave now at the aft bulkhead, evaluating the handholds on that rear wall of the spacecraft cargo bay.
Got a good shot of Mother Earth behind you there, Story.
Little deeper pool, and I've been used to working in.
Musgrave comparing the spacewalk to his earthly training in the water tank, saying it's a little deeper pool than he's used to working in.
We're looking right at you, Story, with camera Bravo.
I see you. I'm going to sneak down around you so I can watch Don.
Okay, we got about 40 more seconds here at Hawaii Pass. We'll see you at Buckhorn at 315.
Okay, Don? Okay, sir. Once you head on across the port side, meet me down here. Okay, I'm going across the bottom.
Peterson now moving along the port slide wire in the cargo bay, beginning to lose signal now from the tracking station at Hawaii. America's first spacewalk in about 9 years. Seems to be going well at this point. Mission control, Houston. 3 days, 3 hours, 14 minutes mission elapsed time. Be reacquiring over the continental United States, just on the edge of the stations on the western U.S. for a brief pass in about a minute. After the crewmen have completed their evaluation of the handholds and restraints at the rear of the cargo bay, they will both move back to the forward bulkhead on the port side. Musgrave will stop about the midpoint of the port hinge line and evaluate the handling and dynamics of the safety tether. During that test, he will attach to the port slide wire with the waist tethers and then allow his safety tether, the retractable tether on a reel, which you may have seen bouncing about there during the recent pass, will allow that to pull him toward the starboard side. As he is pulled to the center of the bay, he will evaluate his ability to control the rotation of the EMU, his suit, by varying the tension on the two tethers. And this will be an evaluation of the reel end characteristics. Tether has about a 1 pound pulling force on it. We'll be determining how it moves the crewman in the suit in the vacuum and weightless environment of space. We're reacquiring here momentarily.
And we're back with you over Buckhorn for about 6.5 minutes.
Okay.
Astronaut Don Peterson moving along the hinge line.
Hey, we've got some good TV again.
Okay. And evaluate the comm. Lighting is necessary down low. Troy, how's that tether work? Did you feel it pulling on you or anything? No, I don't. There's a little more dynamics to it in terms of it flopping around and in the water, of course. I don't feel anything, but when I come back up along the next time, I'm going to see. I'm going to watch you pull me along. Close to me. How's the current back in here? Looking very like there's modes of light. Everything's real clean right here. So while you're back under the hood, why don't you check the oil? I don't see any. That's good. What are you hoping you find? Don't forget, when you get up near the top, I don't know if you can get up high enough, see if you can see what those two flops are on the elm spot there. Okay. Take a look right now. Oh, what's that peninsula sticking down up there that we're coming across? Place of California story. That's Baja, Texas. Oh, Baja, Texas? Oh, didn't tell me that. I can see where those icicles came. Those green things there. Yeah.
And we're starting to lose signal. PJ, we'll see you. We're going to lose you in a minute. We'll see you down at Ascension at 3+46, and we might have a star of opportunity. Would you put the star trackers back in the track mode, please?
Oh, yeah, sure will.
And PJ, you have the cameras back.
Okay, I'll relieve you, sir.
Mission Control, Houston, 3 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, mission elapsed time.
Okay, Story, what do we do now? We go back onto the port side. It wasn't night. We could not evaluate the lighting and all back down here in the bay. Get some of that when it gets dark. We're going to translate forward on the port side. Looking at work sites like the PDU site, very dynamic. I'm going to hook onto your slider. Okay.
Still getting a little bit of communication from the two spacewalking astronauts in the cargo bay of the Challenger. We'll be having about a 25-minute loss of signal period here until we reacquire over the edge of the Ascension Island tracking station range. It's going to be all the TV for a while, I'm sure, until we come back near Hawaii in the U.S. again. As we left the coverage of that ground station, astronaut Musgrave was maneuvering to look over the OMS pod to view the two flaps of surface insulation that appeared to have raised up during the launch phase. Both crewmen were evaluating the handholds as they had moved to the aft bulkhead. And shortly after checking out the communications from the aft part of the orbiter payload bay, they'll begin the safety tether evaluation. 3 days, 3 hours, 23 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, standing by for reacquisition through ascension momentarily.
Challenger, we're with you over Ascension for a couple of minutes, and without reading all the numbers to us, Story and Don, we'd like a quick status check of your EMUs.
We just read them to Bo. Could he give them to you? The status is good, John. Two pressure 787 for Story and 761 for Don.
Okay, that's all we need.
Like the suit evaluation part, John, we're having a hard time getting the floor restraint loosened up, as expected. I'm going to press on with the toolbox off. Okay, you just kicked the hatch cover open. Oh, I guess Don opened it to get something in there. I'm going inside. Gotta get the tool. Hours remaining are 82 and 83%.
We copy that. We got about 45 seconds to go with the long LOS here. We'll see you up at Guam at 4:27.
Roger.
Mission Control, Houston, 3 days, 3 hours, 48 minutes mission elapsed time. It's passing out of range of the tracking station at Ascension and won't reacquire communication until spacecraft comes within range of Guam. It's in about 39 minutes, so it'll be quite a long loss of signal
Don't open
period.
the inner hatch until you close the outer one. Yes, sir.
Still,
Very careful. Don't kick a hole in it.
still getting a little calm on the edge of the range of the Ascension station. From the sounds of it, the crew is back up near the toolbox area. We'll begin evaluating the tools in the toolbox there. Musgrave talking about getting into the foot restraint. They lock their boots of their spacesuits into the foot restraint and enables them to work at the toolbox. Be removing and restowing tools, evaluating movements and taking care of those. All the tools that are out are tethered at any time and not allowed to float free. And they did another suit check, evaluating the condition of the EMUs, and everything was continuing to go well. Capcom on this ship has been talking to the crew, John McBride, astronaut John McBride, sitting Close by him, astronaut Bill Fisher, who is the astronaut's office expert on the spacesuits. We have about 37 minutes before we hear from the Challenger again. 3 days, 3 hours, 50 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, 3 days, 4 hours, 26 minutes, mission elapsed time. We're about a minute away from reacquiring communication with the Challenger over Guam, at which time we'll get an update on the status of the EVA. A little more than halfway through the scheduled EVA.
Challenger, we're with you. We're going for about 7 minutes.
Roger. Things are doing well, moving right along. Boys are in the back of the bus evaluating the IUS tilt-table lower procedure right now. There you go. Yeah. I'm below you, story on the right. Swap hands. Go a bit further. Okay. It's in. Okay. I'll start reeling up, putting tension on it. Right. That's about enough, huh? That's pretty tight. Okay. So much for that. I'll give you some tension when you take it off and reel it back up. Okay.
And PJ, if you've got time and you haven't done one recently, we'd like to have a status check before we leave Guam. We've got about 4.5 minutes to go.
Okay, I'll read mine, then you can read yours, story. Stand by, Don. Okay. Go ahead. Okay, O2 position is EVA. EVA is 157. 72% power remaining. That's the determining factor for time left. 72% power and 79% O2. Battery volts DC is 16.4. CO2 is 0.9er. H2O temp is about 41, I believe it is. 40, flicking back and forth. EGA press is 4.3. O2 pressure is 683. Thermometer pressure is 2.9. H2O gas pressure is 15.7 and the water pressure is 15.2.
Okay, we got a good copy on that. Go ahead, Story.
EVA, Indy 158, 98% power last time, left forward 12, 85% O2 left, 70% power left, download 66, 0.9 on the CO2, water 1057, air pressure 4.3, oxygen pressure 733, thermometer 2.8, gas pressure 14.6, water pressure 15.7. They're very difficult to read this much light. They really are.
Okay, thank you.
We put the tension on the IUS with the rope out here and we're about ready to reel the rope in.
We copy that, PJ. If you would, we'd like for you to have the cameras pre-positioned for us when we get to Hawaii.
We'll do our best. I'm trying to reel it out. It's not, it let me. Did you break the tension? Trying to.
We got about 30 seconds here at Guam. We'll see you over Hawaii at 441.
Okay. I'm gonna get it off the roller here, Pete. Okay, if you can.
Mission Control, Houston, 3 days, 4 hours, 34 minutes. Appears that Musgrave and Peterson in the aft portion of the cargo bay, performing the IUS ops portion of the EVA, which they set up a rope and block mechanism tied in with a winch and
And PJ, just a quick reminder, go back to minus ZLV in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Mission Control, Houston. During that operation on the aft bulkhead of the orbiter cargo bay, they evaluate the operation of the winch. Call back from the status of the EMUs appears good at the present time. The consumables in the spacesuits being used approximately according to as they would be expected to be. We'll be reacquiring communication in about 5 minutes over Hawaii again. On orbit number 52 at 3 days, 4 hours, 36 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. 3 days, 4 hours, 39 minutes mission elapsed time. Be picking up communication again in about a minute and a half over the Hawaii site. We should be getting a little downlink television from the spacecraft. About 2 hours into the EVA now, about an hour and a half remaining. Crew is expected to be completing the IUS ops procedure. Some test out of the contingency plans. Should the tilt table not have restowed to the proper position after deployment, the crew could go back, hook up the winch and pulley and crank it in, stow it to the proper angle. Should be about finished with that now, and the EVA people think they'll probably be moving back to the forward bulkhead about this time, and we'll be beginning operations on the forward bulkhead winch operations. At that time, they'll be setting up a similar rope and winch assembly, demonstrating the ability to apply a load with the winch, seeing how well they manage to stay in place while they turn the crank on that we're about to reacquire.
And we're back with you over Hawaii for about 7.5 minutes. Got a good TV picture.
Roger. I take it you're going to take the cameras now?
That's affirmative.
Don, we're hung up real bad on getting the winch to winch out. We've been through it before with tension on it. Cannot get it to ratchet out, and we cannot get it to reel out.
We copy?
We copy. We've been through the usual fixes.
And story, is the winch rope attached to the IUS at this time?
Yeah, it is. You can't get any slack in that line at all, Story. That's right, not enough to get off the hook. Well, we'll let Houston think about it a little bit. You got a pry bar in your toolkit up here? Sure do. Well, our options, I suppose, are to try to pry it off the door roller, or if there's anything in the toolkit you can cut it with, we can always cut it. We got scissors on it. You think scissors will do it? Yeah. Okay, well, let's let the ground work it over for a little bit.
Now, PJ, story, we'll think this over. We definitely do not want you to cut it at this time.
Yeah, we're just looking at options, John.
And story, you recommend you try to open up the snatch block some.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I know that one too. Popping the snatch block, and I can't. I've been through that one too.
We copy?
That's where I am right now. Now, the good possibility is if I can get it off the roller up above, I'll get some slag that way.
Astronaut Musgrave attempting
Okay,
to
I got it.
sliding the
I
rope.
yanked it off the roller. Now, before we do anything else, if it ain't gonna release, we'll get the snatch block undone. We'll know we're home free. Go on until you lift it over that hook.
The astronaut's having a momentary difficulty there with the rope, which was tied up as part of the winch operations on the aft bulkhead. The rope routes around one of the pegs over which the doors latch on the aft bulkhead, one of the rollers. They could not get the tension loose from that line until Musgrave pulled the rope back up off the roller.
Careful with your feet there, Don. Okay. Okay, we got it. Yeah, I'll reel it in. Good.
Good work.
Good work.
We got about 45 seconds till we lose you here in Hawaii. We got a long LOS. See you at IOS at 539er.
Okay, Story, we going back up front when you finish there? Disconnect the IUS slip ring. Oh, okay. The secondary slip ring. Yeah, I should have gotten a two from you, I guess. You guys have a chance, you might turn off your lights. Yeah, I got... Okay. I didn't know mine were on. Are they on, bro? I thought I saw your right one on, Don. Maybe it's just some reflection that I saw on it. Take a look. Don, your right one is on.
Crew is completing removing the winch and rope assembly in the back. They'll be stowing that before moving back up to the forward bulkhead and going through the forward bulkhead winch operation there. Had a momentary difficulty there as we passed over Hawaii. The crew had connected the winch and rope assembly through the snatch block and down to the IUS tilt table. This was simulating the contingency operation of having to tilt that cradle back into the proper position if necessary, if somehow the actuating mechanism there had not worked properly after the deployment of that satellite. Once the tension was put on the rope, the tension could not be released, and astronaut Musgrave had to slip the rope from over the roller. That is, it's a peg-like protrusion from the aft bulkhead over which one of the latches hook on closing the cargo bay doors. Once that tension was removed, they could then pull it loose, pull the rope loose from its other attachments and wind it in on the winch. We're at 3 days, 4 hours, 51 minutes mission elapsed time. We'll have another long loss of signal period here, about 40 minutes before we reacquire over the Indian Ocean Station. Again, we'll be passing over the Botswana tracking station, but we'll not have comm at that station since the crew is in a different communication configuration. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Okay, here's cranking with only rates. Pick this up on camera. Set it out on our seat back there, Bo. I'm a little unstable because he's really hard on. Dial him now. Foot restraint and the left hand anchoring. Better. Now with no foot restraints at all. One-handed operation. Body moves, but kind of towards itself. Probably good at it, right here.